Everyone is currently unconscious in this small chamber-like room. I need everyone to roll me a constitution check. So roll me a d20 and add your constitution modifier.
Mine's a +2, so 21.
19.
4. 8.
13.
All right, so Tempest, you wake up first. You wake up laying on the floor. You immediately jump up and you look around you to see that you're in a somewhat lit chamber with torches on the wall. You're at the edge of what looks to be some form of ritual circle of some kind you're not familiar with. You don't remember how you got here or what has just happened, but you do notice a few other things around the room, including across the room, across this circle, a miniaturized drake or a smaller dragon of some form sitting just patiently next to this weird-looking elf. What do you do?
Well, I would like to go first. Check is there anything in the room that is of interest other than the humans here or the creatures?
Yeah, make me a perception check.
Okay. 15.
Any modifier to that?
No.
No. Okay, so you look around this room and you notice that there's a few pots kind of just near the walls. Some of them are broken, some of them aren't. But from what you gather, there's a lot of dust and cobwebs. You don't think that anyone's been here for a long time. To your right, you see a very large metal door with the face of what seems to be some kind of demon you might not be too familiar with.
Nice.
And to your left, you notice that there is an entranceway that seems to lead into a cave, more than likely being your exit. At this point, our next two highest people, that would be Echo and Arya. You guys end up waking up.
Can I do something though before they wake up, or do I not have time?
What do you want to do?
I would like to go hide in a pot.
Make me an acrobatics check to see if you can get there in time before they wake up.
+7, so an 18.
Yeah, so you hear the mumbles and the movement of some of the other people in this room starting to kind of muster the strength to wake up. And you very deftly and very quickly just sprint across and jump into one of the pots large enough to hold you. Seemingly without... make me a stealth check now as well to see if anyone's going to notice you. While that happens, Echo, you wake up and immediately as you open your eyes, notice
28.
that your Drake is sitting there patiently waiting for you. Your Drake's not too large. It's about 3 feet in height currently, which you know that they will grow larger, but for the most part, it's considered a small creature. It's just patiently sitting there looking at you, waiting for you to wake up. Again, you have no idea what happened or why you're here or what's going on. You just know that you've woken up in this room, and the only thing you recognize is your Drake next to you. What was your role? Of course it was. Arya, you wake up and you don't notice anything weird about the pots, but you don't remember anything as well. You just kind of look around and everything seems strange to you. But like before, you do notice that there seems to be about a 3-foot tall small dragon without wings sitting next to the person that you now see is also awake. and an unconscious turtle and an unconscious, possibly dead from natural age, old man on the floor.
Can I go check to see if the old man is alive?
Yeah, sure. Roll me an investigation check.
Okie dokie.
And Echo, what are you doing?
I probably pet Mushu on the head just to see if he's calmed down and then look over at the turtle and go check the turtle out.
Okay, you make me an investigation check as well.
Mine's
Okay.
19 total.
19 total. Yeah, so you can see just from his chest moving up and down that he is still breathing. It seems to be even breath, so he's not in any kind of severe injury or anything like that. He seems to be similar to you, just unconscious and more than likely unaware of his situation. And you notice the same thing with the turtle, although a little harder, because he has a shell on, so you can't really see movement as easily. He seems to be alive, but you're not fully sure. At this point, Leo, you start to wake up. All you know is that you hear some growling next to you from some possible small creature, and a weird-looking elf is kind of inspecting you, and so you immediately hide in your shell, and you can go from there.
I'm gonna stay in my shell.
Okay, he's gonna stay in his shell
For a second, for a bit.
You guys doing anything else? Anyone?
Do I remember anything? I just think of try to think of how I got here. Or...
Your last memory, you don't know how long ago it's been. For all you know, it could have been yesterday. But the last thing you can recall, and it feels just like it was yesterday to you, was that you were hunting down a way to find a necklace back to the circus that you once called home.
Okay.
And that's about...
Can I look around to see if I see anything of interest or value?
First, let's get everyone back to... So you were there checking him. You were there checking him next. Hiding in your shell, hiding in a pot. Yeah, so make me a perception check.
Sure. Perception. Nine.
So you look around the room and you see the light from torches on the wall, kind of around this room in a very specific manner. You see a large metal door and you see an exit. You notice a few pots, but that's about it.
Can I look in the pots?
Which pots are you gonna go look in? You see some, you're gonna go over to those pots. All right. Roll me an investigation check.
I'm gonna come out of my shell now.
Okay, you're coming out of your shell.
Come out of your shell now.
Are you gonna say anything or do anything when you come out of your shell, or are you're just coming out of the shell?
22. I like to say, "Are you okay?"
He says nothing in reply. 22. You notice between the two vases, pots that aren't broken, you notice that there is a unlit torch in one of them, and a few spoiled pieces of food in the other.
I'll take the unlit torch and ask, hey, you with the dragon. Hello? Sorry. I look back over, I'm like, yes. Does your dragon eat spoiled food, or would that give him a tummy ache? Probably give him a tummy ache. I don't actually know. Okay, never mind.
I want to point out the first interaction in this group was about feeding the dragon, not about anyone else in this room and how they got there, who they were. The
Spoiled
first
food.
interaction was.
Listen, after.
I just wanted to point that logic out. No one seemed to be concerned about how the other people got there. Just Hey, you're ready to eat spoiled
Listen,
food?
I made sure they were alive.
All right.
Can
At this
I-
point, Bartho, you jump up, almost ready, like you're about to fight, and you're clutching at your neck for something that seems to not be there.
Where is it?
And you also don't know what you're even clutching for. You just know that it's an instinct almost.
It was here last night.
You don't remember last night.
Oh, I don't remember anything ever.
The last thing you do remember, it was around your neck, yes, but you're not sure how long ago that could have been.
I don't know what to do here.
Are you okay?
Where's my necklace?
No idea. What does it look like? Maybe you dropped it in here somewhere.
It's just a little amulet of a sword.
Would you like to look for it?
Yes.
Okay, I will assist you, old man.
Tempest, you said you wanted to do something.
I do. Can I like peek up a little bit and try to like really sneakily look over at this pot right here?
Yeah, roll me a stealth check.
Perfect.
And the other two want to look for the necklace.
Yeah.
You both need to roll me a perception check.
I'm gonna take this time to stand up.
Okay, Leo's trying to stand up. Weirdly enough, because he's on his back, he's having a bit of trouble. He's
24.
trying to roll over, but with the dragon right next to him, it's
11.
Well, yeah, we
13.
do help him put up, and we're like, oh, here you go, and try to help him up.
so
Not just sitting there watching him struggle, dude.
Tempest, you don't find anything else in these pots. You see a very tiny bit of water in the pot you're trying to look in, but not enough to be any use. Almost like it's just.
Is it dirty? Dirty water?
It's a little hard to tell in this light, but you'd gather from how long it's been here. There's at least a lot of dust and maybe cobwebs inside that pot.
Can I just tongue punch the water? Like,
What the fuck?
So
Tongue
you
punch.
want to peek out of the pot, put your head in the other pot, and
Yeah.
get your head. You're gonna fall upside down into this pot, mind you, because you're only like what 2'4".
yeah.
And you're gonna try to. All right, roll me an acrobatics check to see if you get stuck in this pot. As for the other two looking for the necklace, you don't see anything on the floor here. But you do start to notice that this weird circle.
17.
I'll get to you. This weird circle on the floor has some weird energy to it. You're not quite sure what it is or what purpose it serves, but you start to realize that this isn't a normal ritual circle. Yeah, Tempest, you somehow, against all odds, use your feet to hold the rim of the pot while you're using your tongue to try to get a bit of water that's left in the bottom of this pot, and yeah, you manage to get a few licks in. You do taste a lot of things that don't taste like water, and yeah.
Can I crawl out of my pot now and
Yeah.
say? Can I crawl out of my pot first? before I
Yeah,
say
so
anything?
as
Okay.
as you're doing that, everyone else, you kind of see this small person you, for whatever reason, didn't even know was in this room, pulling themselves out of a pot using their feet by sheer willpower, because the pot is clearly as big as they are, and just kind of pops out of this pot.
Hi, I don't know where I am, or how I got here. It's really thirsty.
Small little nugget.
I was really thirsty. Hi.
Hi, you're small. Hi,
Yeah.
Pipsqueak.
Hi.
She's adorable.
As you guys say that and have this discussion, you guys do realize that you're also pretty thirsty. It's not exactly nice temperature currently. It feels extremely warm, all things considered. The cave is bearable, but you're starting to get the sense that you are not in a good environment currently. just from the sheer humidity that you can feel.
Anyone know anything about this circle here in the middle? Any
Nah,
magic
coolness.
people in the room?
I know magic.
Can you magic me up an answer to the circle?
I can certainly try, possibly.
Awesome, go turtle dude.
Can I inspect the magic circle?
What are you gonna do specifically?
Like a history check?
If you're gonna just kind of see if you know what the circle could be, I would say that would be an Arcana check.
Okay.
But if you're gonna try to detect if it's some kind of like good thing or whatever the case, that would be a spell you would have to use.
Yeah, no, I'll just do the Arcana check.
Okay.
This man does not have detect magic.
I do.
-1, 4.
You honestly
You were
aren't even
good at
sure
math.
it is a ritual spot. You're starting to think it's a very weird, like, rock carpet.
Oh no, I don't.
Gotta get one of these
It's
for my
real.
home.
I think that was my last character. Oops.
Can I use identify?
You certainly can.
Okay.
So you're gonna use identify. Definitely not just rereading it. Make sure
That's okay,
what
me
it
too.
does. Yeah, okay, so you walk up to this circle and you kind of kneel down and place your hand on it, and you start to kind of focus, and actually you cannot use identify.
Oh.
You don't have any of the components. You don't have a focus either. You either need the components to cast a spell or a magical focus that allows you to cast spells without the need of components. You don't have either currently.
Okay.
I caught myself on that one.
Can I point at the pot with my tongue water and say, I know it's hot in here, so if anyone's thirsty, there's some water right here.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm gonna go start drinking water.
Bartha, you walk up to the pot and you notice that there is nothing left inside. There was barely a few drops originally. She had finished that pot off.
I'm gonna shove over the pot.
All right. Arya, while you attempted to try to do that identify spell, you had put your hand down and placed it on the ritual circle, tried to focus your energy, but you couldn't quite muster it without an arcane focus or the components to do so. You weren't able to complete the spell, but you notice that while doing this, you see something on your hand that wasn't there as far as you knew, and you're not quite sure what it means. But you look down and you see this on the back of your left hand. Was anyone else watching Arya do this spell? Bartho
I
and
was
Tempest
watching.
were doing a pot. So you see Arya, and you notice that she's kind of focusing on her hand now. And as she's intensely looking at this symbol, you notice you have it as well.
I look at it and I'm like, what the fuck? And I try to shake my hand out. Startled.
Shake it all
Yeah, you
out.
do that. It doesn't seem to have any effect. This seems
Yeah, I
to
didn't think
be
it would.
seared or like burned onto the hand. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't feel weird or anything. It's just not going to be going away anytime soon, is what you get the sense.
Guys, does anyone else have some sort of creepy ritual thing on their body? and I hold my hand up and show the rest of the group.
And I check my body.
Yeah, so you guys all, one by one, start looking at everywhere, but seemingly not always starting with the same hand she's showing. Sooner or later, work your way to the point where you do notice that on your left hand as well, you have that symbol, and it seems to, just like hers, be permanent and just kind of there. It's just a simple black symbol, and you're not sure what it means or what it does. But sure enough, all of you in this room have it, except for the Drake sitting next to the Benji.
My character instantly starts to feel her face, so any feels like abnormal.
Sorry, did you say it was left or right hand, or does it matter?
Left hand. But thank you for asking, because who knows, that might be important.
Yeah, who knows?
So yeah, you, Tempest, you immediately check your face. I need you to make me a wisdom
Dope.
check.
Ah, 18.
Fucking rogues. So for a split second, you were almost concerned that you were gonna have like something on your face that you don't want to talk or remember about, but you've been having a lot of nightmares, and you thought maybe, just maybe, you would also have a smile carved into your face. But luckily enough, when you go to reach and touch, you don't feel anything out of the ordinary. Everything feels as it should. But you still, your heart raced just a tad at the thought that something could have been there.
Can I also walk up to this old man?
You don't have to ask me, just, yeah.
And then I put my left hand with my mark on it, and I put it on his mark. And I said, we're matching.
Yeah, so Tempest walks up to Bartho, kind of grabs his left hand with her right hand, and then puts her left hand on top of his left, and says that. Nothing happened.
What a strange little creature.
Does anybody remember how they got here?
I look at my Drake and then just look back and just shrug.
Nope.
No.
I don't remember what I remember last.
The last thing you remember was leaving the Ever Fountain Temple. Anything after that seems to be blurry at best and gone for the most part.
What do I remember?
The last thing you remember was hearing rumors of others of your kind and trying to investigate where they could be, but anything after that is just a blank.
Can I go up and grab this torch, or try to attempt to grab it, or ask one to help me grab this torch?
Yeah, so you walk up to this torch. It is taller than you are. At best, you're gonna need to make an acrobatics check to see if you can kind of run up this wall and pull it off in time.
Fuck yeah.
Or you can ask someone else in the room to grab it for you.
Fuck that, do it.
Is anyone else doing something while this goes on?
9 plus 7... 16.
Can I investigate the door?
Which door? The exit or the metal door?
The metal door.
Okay. Yeah.
So
So
that's an exit.
as you walk up to this,
Exit.
what you would presume is an exit. You can kind of see natural light coming from it. You're not sure if it's safe or if it's anything else, but it's what you presume to be probably the way out. As you're walking towards this door, Arya, you see a 2'4" halfling run up the wall, grab onto the torch, and then make me a strength check.
Oh, shit! That's not one of my proficiencies!
Good.
The fuck's... Yeah. it's,
9, just flat 9.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're now hanging onto this torch, hanging above the floor. You did your best putting your feet against the wall to try to pull the torch out, but it doesn't seem to be budging. Not because it's stuck in place or anything like that, but because the ring that's holding it, you would have to pull the torch up out of, and at the angle you're at, you're kind of pulling down while trying to pull it out. You're kind of just hanging there on the wall now, and Arya, you see this as you're kind of walking up, trying to look at the door.
Help!
You good, Pipsqueak?
I'm gonna
Yeah.
stand underneath her so she stands on my shell.
Yeah, so Leo walks up, sees this going on, gets down on his knees, kind of crawls underneath you so that you can now stand on his shell, and you're directly in front of the torch, easily able to pull it out.
Okay. Thanks.
Arya, you're now at the door as this was all going on. You were on the other side of the room originally. You get to this door, and as you get closer to it, Tempest wasn't quite close enough to feel this, nor was anyone else for that matter, but as you kind of get in close contact with this door, it just feels cold. Like, something about it is unnatural and unsettles you to the point that you're afraid almost. And do you touch this door?
I kind of take a step back and look at the rest of them, and I'm like, anyone else get a weird ass vibe from this door?
Can I use divine sense to detect good and evil?
I'm gonna say exactly what I said. Does that require any components?
It does not.
Okay.
I can just use it 4 times per long rest.
Do you need to touch it, or is it just a range?
It's anything within 60 feet. So I can sense anything affected by the hollow spell or know the location of any celestial fiend or undead within 60 feet that is not behind total cover.
Okay. So you kind of close your eyes for a second. A lot of the group thinks that you maybe are falling asleep or having a bit of an issue here with your age, but you focus your energy and you try to sense what you can, and you immediately can tell that door is just pure hatred, pure evil. Like, something is with this door, and whatever made it or whatever lies beyond it is everything that you're against, everything that you believe in, and everything that you devoted your life to fight.
We should get away from that door.
Oh, you're awake.
Thought you were seizing.
What's wrong with the door?
Evil. Pure evil.
Oh, could you elaborate?
Pure evil.
Okay.
You also sense, because you're now kind of standing in front of this doorway, down the hall that you believe leads to at least open air. You're getting a lot of senses, and a lot of them are not exactly good. You can tell that there are fiends, at the very least, within something of you, and you're not sure what's going on or if it's accurate or what's happening, but none of this feels okay right now.
Also evil that way. And I'm just gonna point towards the other door.
Any way out that's not evil, Pops?
I have fire stick.
That you do, little one. That you do.
You should probably all grab one just in case. We'll do something.
Pops, do you sense any exit that's not pure evil?
Nope.
Great. Well, we probably shouldn't stay here.
Can I walk along the edge until I feel like there's something else that I could, like, seems of significance?
Yeah, you walk about 5 feet, and you're now facing the pots that you...
Can I go around the pots?
Look, man, I'm just
here.
doing what you say. Yeah, you walk another 10 feet, and you find a torch, similar to the one you pulled out previously.
Can I jump up and down, like, excitedly? Like, fire stick, fire stick!
Can I check the room for any other sort of passage or door or exit?
Yeah, roll me a perception check.
Okie dokie. Wait.
You know, while looking, you look around and you know that there was 2 ways out of this room, but now you're not even sure where those are.
Okay.
Can I grab the fire stick?
Is that what we're calling a torch now?
Yep.
All right, yeah, you pull out the torch or fire stick from the wall. You now have a fire stick in your inventory.
Yay.
May I also grab a torch?
Same.
Yeah, you
We're
guys,
all
there's
gonna
plenty of
torch up.
torches in this room. Yeah, everyone kind of walks to one of the walls, grabs the torch off of it.
It's getting a little warm in here.
Yeah, it's really toasty in here, guys.
Probably should go the only way we can go, but perception check.
Can I run up and ask if I can pet her dog?
Unless it's specifically something weird, you don't gotta ask me if you can do it. You can just say, yeah,
Can I
Tempest
pet your
kinda,
dog?
I just like look back like at her and the little. Yeah, you can pet the dog.
I go up and pet dog.
He kind of gives you a look and hears that it was okay with his master and kind of just starts pushing his head to your hand and kind of almost like a cat, like just moving it around, trying to get you to pet it in a certain way.
Aw, nice flappy dog.
Can I do a religion check on this door?
Yeah, sure. Give me a roll. So you walk up to this door and you remember you wanted to do something with it. You stand there next to Arya for a few seconds. You look at her. You look back at the door, and you can't remember. It's almost a little embarrassing for you that you forgot what you wanted to do here.
Still
That's
leave me, don't know
dementia.
why.
That dementia set.
I kind of gently caress his arm and I go, "It's okay, Pop."
All right, what are you guys doing?
Can I go up to this and look at what this is?
Yeah, roll me a perception check.
Does passive perception kick in ever for just like looking down the hallway?
Yeah. If anyone ever doesn't actively ask me to see something, but something is happening, their passive perception would be used to beat out someone that was, for say, trying to steal something.
Okay.
And stuff like that. Yeah. What was it?
A 6.
6 flat, eh? You see that there definitely is sunlight at about 70 feet from you down this tunnel, but it is blocked by a lot of rocks. Other than that, you don't really know much else about what looks to be just this generic cave corridor.
Can I jump up and down and say, guys, I found light.
You know what light is? We don't know what a torch is.
Fuck off.
Can I join them over here? And you said we just see rocks kind of blocking the exit?
Yeah, so you see that there's a few like rocks fallen from the cave, kind of collapsing a bit, and you notice about 70 feet away that there is light seeping through a bunch of rocks, almost like there's a cave in or rocks purposely blocking the entrance to this cave.
Do we exit this way?
Well, I don't know that we can even get through the other door.
To be
Fair.
fair, no one did try to touch it.
Yeah, no one
I'm
touched
not-
it.
Old man says evil, not touching it.
Yeah.
I don't know. It could be fun, guys.
Old man wise,
gonna-
let's go light.
I'm gonna start moving boulders.
I run back over to the door.
Fuck.
I
is there-
probably Tracer. Like, are you sure this is a good idea?
I'm just looking. Listen, is there anything in this room that matches the symbol on our hands?
From all the looks around this room that everyone has kind of done at this point, you don't know why the symbol's on your hand, but it definitely doesn't seem to match anything that you can remember or see.
Don't you guys want to know what's behind this door?
Not really.
I feel naked without my scarf. I would rather not.
We have to find our equipment.
Okay, fine. Lead the way.
Tempest yells, "We do what's best."
What's best, Pipsqueak?
Safe.
Fire stick.
Fire stick.
All right, so what's happening?
I would like to start moving rocks.
So for the most part, you can make your way through this corridor. It's tight in a few areas, but there's not anything blocking the way out until you get to the other side of this.
Before Arya walks by, can I like stealthily go up behind her and like whisper to her? I can't whisper in her ear, but whisper.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey.
Yes?
Do you want me to go boop the door?
Oh my god, that sounds like so much fun.
It
Do you want to boop the door together?
I do.
Okay, on the count of 3. Ready?
Okay.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
So as the group's getting ready to go down this corridor, some people are already gone down it. Some of them standing at the entranceway to what seems like the exit or right way to go, as decided by the group. The two, the elf and the halfling, both are mumbling to each other very quietly and stop, look around, and bolt for this door. Both kind of running at it. And what are you guys doing? Are you full on sprinting?
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep,
so there's
sure.
no way you're poking this door. You're probably running into this door or full out
I
touching
am
it.
a rogue. I am very stealth of my boops.
This
I can't-
isn't- you
okay,
can't stealth and fully sprint.
Can I
would
do an
say.
acrobatics? Can I do an acrobatics?
I can't sprint and then slow down to poke a door.
Well,
Nope.
you're telling me that you're full on sprinting at this door. You're
We're
not.
doing an acrobatics.
I am running in a way that allows me to go up to the door and poke it with a single digit.
I rolled a 12.
All right, yeah, you guys both. These are fucking. I just want to point out these are the same two people in our last campaign got upset at someone else for fucking with a door for an hour. You guys both run at this door, both get to it. Are you holding hands? Are you guys just kind of next to each other?
It's a long reach.
That is fair. Are you what hand are you guys touching the door with?
With
My
my
left-
left hand.
My
Yep.
left pointer finger.
So you guys both poke the door with your left finger. Immediately you feel cold. You feel something isn't right. You hear rumbling on the other side of this door. The symbol on your hand starts to glow.
Oh no.
And
What's this symbol look like?
I posted it in the channel.
Oh shit, hold on. I need like 3 monitors at this rate.
Right?
Oh.
Oh shit.
Set up my laptop just for Discord.
And you both take 1 point of necrotic damage.
Fuck. Can I scream out? This door hurts! Boop is bad!
We did a bad boop. I go to I tell the little one next to me, Pipsqueak, maybe we should just go down the rock hallway.
As you
wasn't
guys are
as fun
having
as I
this
thought it would be.
conversation, you start to hear movement on the other side of this door.
Oh.
Do you hear that?
Yeah, I do. Can I stealthily walk the fuck back to safety?
Yeah, roll me a stealth check if you're stealthing.
I just run back to the rocks.
Unless it's a nat 20, her running like that is gonna not matter for your stealth.
13.
Yeah, so whatever. You do your best to be stealthy, but then you see Arya bolt past you, And you gather that even though it might not hear you, it definitely hears something now. Whatever it is.
All right, well, yeet.
I'm just slowly backing away now.
Run.
All right, so you guys all get in this tunnel here, squeezing past each other because there isn't much room. And you guys get to Leo, who's been, I assume, working on trying to clear some of the rubble here, blocking the exit.
Yes.
Well,
And I pet the turtle on the back, or like pat him and say, "Good rock."
well, you do that. You guys have now taken, I think, about 80% of the light from that chamber. Specifically, none of the ones by the actual tunnel. All the other ones. You can't see anything behind you, but you definitely hear something hitting that door now. You don't know if it's opened it. You don't know what's going on, but you hear loud banging.
Guys, I think we should GTFO.
Working on it.
Noise bad. Let's go to light. And
I
then
help him move rocks.
Yeah.
Big turtle man, small cave.
Yeah.
Everyone, wait, are you just trying to slip through, Tempest?
Yeah, I'm fucking tiny.
All right, you need to make me an acrobatics check to make sure you don't get stuck here. Everyone else, roll me, if you're helping move these rocks, roll me a strength check.
A 10.
It's the weirdest thing. You managed to get most of the way through the hole you're trying to crawl through, but with them all trying to pull rocks away and doing all this movement very quickly, you can't just... Okay, you're writing it. Like, you can't just write a roll. That's not how it works. But you end up getting stuck about halfway through the hole here, in a panic, mainly because the hole you're trying to get through is the same hole that a rock right underneath someone is trying to pick up. So you're just kind of doing your best here, and I'm sure you will manage to get through it, but you're not quite able to slide through.
And then I'm like wiggling my legs. I be stuck. I be stuck.
Everyone else, some of you seem to be hurting the group more than others, almost like you're pushing down on the rock someone else is trying to pick up. Not sure why some of you would want to do that. I think you forgot what you were doing. And at one point, Echo actually picks up one of the rocks that are already out of the way and puts them back on the pile.
No.
But for the most part, you guys are able to clear enough here to get out of this cave and make your way.
Let's go, guys! We should really go!
Oh,
Don't throw
Leo goes
yourself.
flying.
Don't throw yourself off the board.
I didn't mean to. It just happened.
Okay.
I pick up Little Bit, because we still don't know
For
who each
now,
other
we
are,
don't
so
need
I'm gonna
this.
call her Little Bit.
A little bit.
Okay. So you guys all make your way outside. Echo.
Do you want us to
Realizing. No, it's okay right now. There's.
Okay.
There won't be a map for a bit. It's not like I mapped every single part of this world out close up. It's that would
What
be
the
a lot.
hell? You didn't do a
Me-
Warren?
You made it sound like that.
No.
Yeah.
I've
need
done a
interactive
lot.
pieces.
I'm sure a little more than I thought I would need to do at this point, seeing how long you guys spent on a door. But it's fine.
We should have saw that coming.
So I did, but again, you guys are wild cards. You guys all kind of climb your way out of this cave. Before you kind of now see that you are in what can only be described as a wasteland. It is barren. You see almost next to no wildlife. You would normally see a few birds or something. But you see nothing but sand, rock, and a pathway. And although you see light, and it is bright out and very warm, being in this climate, you don't see a sun. Like, you don't know where the sun is. You don't know if it is there or if it's hidden or what's happening. Clearly, there's some kind of light that would be produced from a sun, but you don't see where that sunlight could be coming from.
What kind of hell is this?
Where's the sun? Do-do-do.
So what do you guys
Did
do?
we follow the path?
Uh,
Are there any, like, signs? Wooden
No
sign?
signs. From what you gather with this cave being covered up, not many people, if anyone even is still around, wanted this cave to be found or to be noticed. And the path that you see in front of you doesn't seem to be like made specifically for people to walk. It's just very walked through enough to the point where the ground has become firmer than the rest of the area, allowing it to almost
Is
seemingly
there
become
like a pebble near me?
yeah, there are pebbles and sand everywhere.
Can I pick up a pebble and then put her at the entrance and say, "This is bad cave. I put pebble."
Yeah, you do so as everyone exits this cave. You pick up a pebble, turn around, put it at the entranceway, and that's that. Are you guys gonna do anything else to this cave entrance, or are you just hoping whatever's inside doesn't follow?
Should we restack the rocks to block the entrance? Because let me just tell y'all, we did a poke and some nasty noises happened.
So
From
we
the
have
sound
to.
of that door, I'm not going back in that tunnel.
I think we should barricade this.
Guys fucked
No,
up.
good.
And then I try to
Oh.
lift up a rock and I'm like struggling.
I help her barricade.
Okay. Well, a few of you seem to help. A few of you
I
don't
help,
seem interested. in
Even though
dealing
my
with it.
judgment.
After about what you gather, probably 10 minutes, you do seal it up. You don't really hear anything coming from the other side of this now sealed entrance at the moment. Not to say that there's nothing there, but at the very least, it wasn't close enough to be a immediate danger.
Can I collect some tiny rocks and put them in whatever pocket of whatever shitty clothes I'm wearing?
Yeah. You don't have any very clear pockets. From what you gather, you're in just rags. Like, you haven't seen rags of this poor quality in a long time. It was clearly not meant to be worn for comfort, but to be worn just so that you're not naked.
Okay, I'm just gonna pick up a handful of rocks,
Right?
like pebbles.
Handful of pebbles is now in your inventory.
And you
Okay.
said there's sand?
Yeah, there is sand everywhere. From what you gather, you're in a desert at the very
Can I
least.
pick up a bunch of sand and put them in my pockets?
We just had this conversation. You do not have pockets. If you want to shove them in your pants or something, you're welcome to, but
Nature
Yeah,
pocket.
I put sand in my pants.
so as Arya's sitting here picking up one pebble at a time, kind of holding them in her hand, the rest of the group's kind of just watching this, and then Tempest decides that's not a bad idea, walks up, picks up sand by the handful, and starts throwing it into her pants. Not into any pocket mine. You literally just pulling open the waistband and throwing it in. Some of it falling right through the legs, but some of it does stay.
Alrighty, now that I have some weapons, should we follow what looks to be worn trail?
Yes, I follow. But can I ride on Flappy Dog?
Is she
Sadly, according to game rules, you cannot.
What the fuck? Fine, I trot my fucking ass around the group of people while a little sand trail is following me.
So you guys are just working your way down this path?
Yeah.
Is everyone
Yep.
following?
Yeah.
There's no real other option, so yeah.
As you guys, I forgot
Where's
to mention
our
this.
bitches character?
Bitches.
They're hidden in the fog. 'Cause you don't
cool.
need them.
We
I don't
can
have any
see
right now.
through. Like,
We
we can
can't-
see the board.
I think
Yeah,
we
it's
might
just
have
like a
changed
glass over it.
It's like a translucent box over it, but we can still see through it.
You should be able to change the opacity of the
That's a
Um,
nice
there you
town.
Oh yeah. So if you right click the box, you can or click on it, you can make it see through or not see through.
Wait,
There you go.
now I can't see.
Wait, now you can't see? I haven't done anything to it.
Oh, perfect. Whatever you did great.
Whatever you didn't do is fantastic.
All I did was unlock it and lock it because it was floating, but
Well, that did it.
It was probably floating in the box so we could see it. So it dropped and then it clicked.
All right, whatever. Well, I wonder where you guys are gonna end up. Okay, working down this path, at least soon. You come to a crossroads of sorts, where there is a rock structure in front of you. It's just naturally formed, what you would typically find in a desert. You know, just kind of large scaled, almost like what could have been a mountain if it was more just kind of a standing, naturally formed pillar. That's about 15 to 20 feet wide, and a path that goes to the left and right of it.
Can I look to see what I see on the right and versus what I see on the left?
Yeah, I won't even make you need to roll a check. You see nothing. It's just desert and rock. And you're not sure where you are or if there even is anything out here, but...
Okay. So I tell the group, guys, left hand is bad, so right? Or left? But left hand bad.
Can we see anything to the right, or did he say both sides are barren?
Both sides, just... You can't see anything.
Oh, so both sides bad.
And I'm just shaking my left hand.
Is there anything written on the rock, or any indication?
No. That's what
Dylan, can you
Dylan
delete
told
those
me.
2 squares.
He's talking to you. Dylan's out here.
I was getting a drink, man. I'm human.
No, you're good. I wasn't talking shit. What the hell? I asked
what
a
was-
question. I
What was
left.
the question?
It's like, can you delete these 2 boxes off my thing I was testing for you? I can't delete them.
Boxes off what?
Off
Oh.
Blue?
my board. I can't delete it for some reason.
How do you even do that?
It's under the zone area. Don't do it because you can't delete it.
Uh-oh. Are we eventually able to add coins to our little table?
There might be some in the player box.
In your chest.
I don't even know how to open this.
Just you can right click and search if you want to see everything in there, or you just drag and click and drag and like pulls random shit out.
It does search and it won't even let me search.
It takes a second.
Has to load.
Oh.
I think with all of us like digging in there at the same time.
Yeah, there's a bag of coins.
Oh, okay.
There's also note cards and character sheets too.
Oh, these are all the different... This is copper. That's platinum. Electrum. Silver.
Wait,
Oh.
why does it say silver? It's like explosion. The hell?
Yeah, I don't know. Cool. Okay, why'd you pull the
Well-
ring out?
Oh,
So,
that's the dice thing. It rolls your die.
Yeah, but so does just clicking the buttons.
No, I was dragging stuff out just manually, and that's what came out. Yeah.
Okay, so what do you guys do? There's
So
no
did-
writing on the wall of the... naturally
so there's
formed
no
fire.
indication of what is in either direction.
Nope. This may make me change the map.
Hey, little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind.
Okay.
Sorry.
Wrong little
I was
bit.
gonna say something that I shouldn't have actually known, so I caught myself.
I'm curious about it.
Can
I was gonna have her flip
say-
a coin, but I wouldn't have known that she found them.
Oh, yeah.
Can I introduce myself? Like, I'm Tempest. Who are you guys?
Yeah, I guess all this time
I'm-
you guys never actually talked to each other.
Hi, little bit. I'm Aria. And I reach my hand down to shake her hand.
I'm like trying to jump up to reach it. Like,
I squat.
How small are you?
2-4.
Jesus Christ.
I'm Whittles.
Well, I'm Leo.
Hello, Leo.
You can just call me Bard.
Okay, Pops.
I'm Echo. And this is Mushu.
I like walk up to Pops and I say, "You remind me of my dad."
Same height and everything.
Father?
I didn't get any info on this.
I don't think that your dad was this tall.
No, he reminds me of Dad. Of everyone else looking like.
You guys start to notice that you've been standing here for a little bit now, talking in the sun.
I'm really hot.
Everyone now notices that your hand is almost burning, and you look down to see what it is, and the symbol on it is starting to glow a bright, like, orange sunlight almost texture glow.
Can I like hold my hand out to see like a tracking thing? Like if no matter which way I go, like if it changes color. Can I do like a 360?
Yeah, so everyone else is kind of looking at their hand now, trying to figure out why it's glowing, why it's almost hot enough to the point where you're burning. And you just
it
look
all of
down and
us or just
see
them
it's
two?
everyone that has the symbol on their hand.
Oh shit.
And you see Tempest holding her hand out, just kind of doing circles, like just in place, spinning around. Yeah. Nothing seems to change, other than maybe the fact that you forgot what you're doing and you're just enjoying the spin. But otherwise, nothing with the symbol happens.
Can Tempest pull out one gold coin? And she said, "I found this in a big jar. Does anyone want to do something with this?"
You use it to buy things, little bit. You should probably hold on to it.
Have you never seen money before?
I used to steal a lot. I don't take. I like food.
I'm just really hot. Does anybody have a preference? If we go left or right, I think we should move.
I think left bad, cause left hand bad. It hurts very much. So right?
Right it is.
Right's good with me. Let's go.
Can't argue with that logic.
So you guys, I'm assuming everyone's going right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just as a side note, I've now added to my notes, ever need to slow them down, just give them a fork in the road. You guys head right, following, the path seems to follow along this naturally formed spire. And after 10 to 15 minutes, you kind of just following along here. Nothing exciting seems to be happening. Everyone make me a perception check.
$19.
24.
11.
23.
Oh, maybe we should do that. Just type when we have a modifier.
I did that earlier while he was talking, and he assumed I was just typing my roll because I felt
I
like
did it first because I didn't think I didn't see your roll right away. But yeah, it is helpful.
trying to be courteous.
No, I get it.
It's okay, I still love you.
10.
So, Arya, Leo, and Tempest, you guys see off in the distance, almost far enough away that you didn't notice it, but you do see something flying. From how far away it is, it looks like it could be birds, but it also could be something else. And this isn't along the path you're walking. It's kind of off to the right, just out into the sand, a long ways away.
Can I point and say, "Flappy birds, flappy birds"?
Anyone responding to that, or?
They
Oh,
are
there's-
flapping.
There's something.
Just means something's
That's
dead
really
over
far
there.
away.
My eyes can't see it.
I don't know. That's really far away. And it's really hot. And I'm really thirsty.
Yeah, we're all desperate for water.
I
can we keep
kind of
walking?
want to follow this road personally.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. So you guys continue on this path. After about another 10 minutes, you gather. It's hard to tell time now without being able to see a sun or some form of consistent time flow in the sky. You finally get around this path, which leads back into just kind of the direction you're already going. You do notice, though, that there was another path that continues around this spire. You might be able to gather that it actually just is the path you didn't take around the left side of this spire, and that they ended up converging back into one consistent path.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Well, I don't want to take a left, so I say left bad, left very bad. Keep go.
Tempest is against left, some finding.
I think it's all the same path, so let's continue.
You guys continue on. You kind of start going up a slope of this path, just kind of like on a sand hill. And after you get to the top of it, you can see that there seems to be some kind of structure or wall. What's inside it, you can't really tell from here, but you do see that what you're hoping to be civilization in the distance by some human-made structures ahead.
No!
All I heard was ho.
I think she said land.
Land ho.
Yeah.
I look beneath my feet. Aren't we on land?
Oh,
Are
I
you a
bet they
turtle?
have.
Are you a turtle or a tortoise?
He's
Yes.
a portal.
A turtle. I'm a
Guys,
mix between the
guys.
two.
Guys! I bet they have beer. Can we go? Can we please go there?
I'm thirsty and so hungry.
Beer costs money that we don't have. We'll have to
I
find
have-
water.
I have sand.
Yes, you have sand.
Oh,
That's what I'm
If I can
saying.
get my hands on an instrument, maybe I can make us some money. I do like to play music. I'm a beast on the jaw harp.
And
Hopefully
then
we can
Tempest
find one.
starts like happily skipping to this while humming.
I hum with Tempest and skip alongside of her.
All right, yeah. So you guys start
Casually
heading
walk.
towards this structure. As you get closer, you can see it's the wall of what seems to be a decent-sized village. It clearly isn't anything big like some of you have seen in terms of cities and large civilization, but it seems like hopefully there's some kind of life here. As you get closer, you notice that there is a larger road with a lot of rubble and ground up rocks, almost like maybe a vehicle.
You're starting to cut out.
Leaves.
Literally all I can do to fix it. If it doesn't fix it, then it sucks to suck.
It does fix it.
You fix it.
Thank you.
Well, I don't know. Was it cutting out for everyone? Like, I don't know where.
Yes, it was cutting
We
out for me as well.
We started walking to this structure as far as I got.
The
It's
wall.
a small village.
Oh, small village, yeah.
As you get closer, you can see that there's a larger, almost what you would want to call street or road, where it seems to be ground up rocks and pushed into a solid foundation or dirt. What you gather is some kind of vehicle travels on these larger roads. To your left, you notice that there's a small campsite, and you notice there is an entrance to the city up ahead on the main road in front of you. You don't really see any people yet, though.
Village.
Can I go up to this door and like, is it closed?
No, it's just kind of an opening to a city, kind of so people can get in and
So
out.
we're like here?
I
You
think
are
we're
where I put
we
everyone.
are.
My bad.
I I walk to the opening here
Yeah,
so I
same.
can
I
like
want to do a full
scope
on
out
sprint,
what there is.
but like not sprint, like fast paced walk.
So I know I can see, you know, where everything is from like this bird's eye view, but is there any sign that we can see that kind of points where stuff is?
No. So as you guys kind of get to the entrance way that leads into this village, you see that there are large stones put on the floor for pathing. You notice that there seems to be some homes to your left and right immediately. And you can kind of gather that the town heads further in, and you do see a few people for the first time in a long time. At least from what you gather, and you see a beggar against one of the buildings on the left. It seems like these people aren't very well off, if at all, and there aren't many to begin with.
Can I go up to the beggar?
Yeah.
Where's he at?
So he's kind of just like right here, up on, against the left building here.
Hi. Hi, I'm Tempest. I'm so hungry. Do you know where food is?
So as you walk up to this beggar, you can tell that it is a 70-year-old female Triton.
Nice.
And they have short, wavy gray hair and green eyes. And they have smooth, sunburned green skin. They stand at about 4'11", but thankfully they're sitting against this wall, so they're on par for your size, Tempest. And they have a more of a beefy build with a almost forgettable face. They have 2 piercings on their nose and 2 large piercings on their cheek, left cheek to be specific. And as you walk up to this person, you are saying what?
Hi, I'm Tempest. I'm hungry. Do you know where food is?
So this beggar, she looks at you and almost looks at the rest of the people that are now entering this town like random people showing up aren't whole thing here. And she kind of just points towards the center of town, and then sees the symbol on your hand, and you can kind of see the blood leaving her green face, almost out of fear.
Can I ask if she's hungry?
That's not a good sign.
Wait, do you know what this means?
She looks at you and refuses to say anything. You don't know if it's because she can't talk, but whatever the case, she doesn't seem prepared to interact with you.
Can I use detect thoughts on her?
Do you have the components to cast something like that?
It just says VSM.
Yeah, so
vocal,
VSM would be
somatic, and
voice, somatic, and
material.
yeah, material, and you don't have materials. It really sucks when you don't have a arcane focus to cast all your stuff.
Yeah, you're
Tempest
awesome.
jumps up and down, and she's just like, "Food this way, guys!" And then she like opens her pants and like grabs a little bit of not all the sand, and she's like, "Here!" And she like throws it in the air, and she's like, "Happy dust!" And then starts running towards, or not running, like walking towards the way she pointed.
So Tempest does this and kind of gets sand into the air, which a bit of wind kind of blows it around. It gets into some of your clothes. This goes for everyone. Some of your clothes and kind of gets in the face of the beggar and everyone. It's not exactly a nice thing for Tempest to do, but you understand that the sentiment was good-willed. And she walks off towards further into town.
I hum and start skipping towards the way she pointed for food.
Is everyone following?
I'm gonna shake
Yeah.
the lady's hand and say thank you.
She's already fucking
You
scared,
reach out your
man.
hand to shake it, and she recoils.
Oh, that's not a good sign.
Now I'll put my hands together and bow, and then just walk away.
Alright, do so.
Can I see the brewery from where I'm at?
You see some large metal chambers in the distance next to a building.
I point at them and I go, "Ooh, beer!" And I continue to skip more quickly towards.
So yeah, as you get here, you notice
Oh,
that there
no.
is a well here. You get to the center of town, really. There's still not too many people. You can kind of see just in the windows or doorways now that there are some inside. But you gather there can't be more than maybe 75 people tops in this village.
Is there a bucket
Can I
that
get-
allows me to get water out of this well?
So you look in the well and you don't see anyone.
And I say, oof.
You're not sure if it's dried up or what's going on with it, but as far as you gather, this well is
Do I see the inn in front of me? Is there like a sign or anything?
you could gather from previous inns and things that you have visited that it has a little kind of post for horses. It is the largest of the buildings around. More than likely, this is a place where people stay and can get food and drink.
And then can I tell the group, I grew up in an inn. Father was. He was an innkeeper!
What? Little bit. Deep breath. I think some food and some drink will make us all feel better. And I kind of like pat the top of her head. We should head in to the inn.
How do we plan on paying for anything without money?
I
We'll
have
figure
sand.
it out. Let's
I have sand.
just talk to them.
And we're still in rags.
I go in the inn.
All right.
I can see.
Still visible.
Do you want us to blindfold?
Oh yeah, let's do that.
How you do it again?
Everyone's live
Oh,
for it,
B.
B.
Perfect.
I'm gonna go pee real quick.
Yeah, everyone use the washroom now if you need to.
Yay!
Tell me
Okay,
what to do.
so you guys enter the inn. As you enter, you notice that there doesn't really seem to be anyone else in this inn other than two people.
Why are you
You
so
notice
blindfolded?
a barkeeper. She's a female. Oh, you heard description in a second here. Boy, oh
I
boy,
don't
boy.
think Bonnie's here.
I'm here.
Oh. You're
As
still
soon
blindfolded.
as we. Oh, I didn't know we could unblind. Sorry.
Yeah, you can unboy.
As soon as we enter this, can I just start like uncontrollably sobbing?
Yeah, okay, so you immediately enter, and before you even get to look at any of these other people or let your friends get into this inn as well, you just start bawling and just bawling. And the two people across the room both stop the conversation that they were having, possibly an important one, who knows, and just immediately turn to look at this 2.4 halfling that has ran in here and started crying her eyes out. And then all the other people that enter the room one by one. And they're kind of dumbfounded. They're not sure what's going on. They're just kind of watching right now.
I'll pick up the little one and just cradle it.
So this innkeeper is watching a turtle now pick up a halfling. Are you letting him pick you up?
Yeah.
Pick up a halfling and just start kind of swaying her back and forth. Are you saying anything to her while you do this, or?
Is everything okay?
My dad. My dad. My dad. That's all she said.
That's okay. I don't think your dad's here. We'll stay near the door. You don't need to go any further.
Okay.
Oh.
So now that while this is going on, everyone else kind of gets a good look at the two people that are in this. At least only two people you can currently see. You notice the person behind the bar is a 56, like a middle-aged female human. She has long braided gold hair and black eyes, weirdly enough, and she has soft pockmarked red skin. And she stands at about 4'2", not that tall, but still wonders above Tempest, and seems to be fairly well built in terms of her body structure. She does have an attractive face, and as this scene before her goes on, you hear her say in a high pitched voice that the DM is not going to try to navigate. Is your friend okay there? What brings you folk in? And as you hear that, you see the person on the stool, apparently the only customer currently, spin around on their bar stool, and you see that it's a somewhat older male dragonborn, and he has dark frill kind of on his head there, and blue eyes, and he is drunk off his ass. Like, he seems a little out of the situation. He has bronze scales, and he is a taller one, but because he's sitting on the stool, you're not sure how tall. You do realize though that one of his eyes seems to be a glass eye, and he is barely sitting in that stool properly, and he turns around and he kind of hiccups a little. He's like, what am I seeing right now?
Arya shrieks and clasps her hands over her mouth, as if trying to hold something back.
You okay over there?
I can't say it.
Say what?
He would make a mind flayer starve to death. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, sir.
This
Oh, you had a slap dragon. Shit. I'm so sorry.
he looks over to you, kind of tries to understand what you're saying to him right now, takes another drink out of his mug, and just kind of turns around and loses interest in whatever he's looking at.
Fuck.
And you see the barkeeper look over and say, "Look, I don't know who you folk are, but you guys gotta control yourselves, or you gotta leave my inn here. I ain't looking for no trouble."
Can I jump down from the turtle picking me up and walk up and sit next to the dragon? And as I'm like wiping away tears.
Yeah, so you kind of push off of Leo, who lets you go. You let her go, right, Leo? Or are you still?
Yes.
Okay. And you kind of, as you walk up, kind of wipe your tears, and then very difficultly, because it is a stool. It's almost it's not as tall as you, but it's a good chunk of your height, and so you're sitting there, and you kind of force your climb up. I'm gonna get you to make me an athletics check.
A 7.
Yeah, so you're doing your best, and at one point you try to like use your feet on the actual like bar itself, and you end up pushing a little too hard, and you and the stool just kind of fall over.
Can I tap the dragon and say, "Can you help?"
He slowly and carefully, because he's afraid he's gonna fall over himself, turns to look at you,
Can I go over and help
sees
her?
you on the floor with the stool hugging it, laughs a little bit, and then falls out of his stool as well.
Can I sit next, or I'll sit next to Tempest, and look at the barkeep, and I'm like, you are a sight for sore eyes. Let me ask you this: do you have any buskers that come around this town? Are you in need of any sort of entertainment in your lovely inn here?
So Echo walks up, picks up the stool, lifts Tempest up, puts her kind of down on the stool. And then Echo walks up and sits down on the stool next to Tempest. Now pretty much almost filling up this bar from once only having one customer. And as you're saying this, you kind of put your hands on the bar and everything, start talking to her. And she doesn't answer at first, and you're not sure why. But then you start to notice that she isn't even paying attention to what you're saying. She's looking down at your hand. And it's almost like she's trying to understand something.
I'm gonna talk to the barkeep. As I'm like wiping away, still tears. I'm like, my dad used to be a barkeep. He actually owned a really nice bar, and I grew up there. Is there any way you could please give me some water and food? I have sand in my pants.
The barkeep. Roll me a persuasion check.
Okay.
While she's talking to the barkeep, can I just stay on the stool but like look around to see if I see any instruments?
A 9.
So she, for a few seconds, doesn't look away from the symbol on Arya's hand. Is constantly kind of just staring at it, afraid to say anything. But after a bit of time, she looks over to you. God,
Ooh. Who's fucking it?
It's locked. How is it? All right. It looks over to you and says, "Look, miss, I'm sorry to hear about your father. Clearly, seeing me has brought up some emotions. I can't really help you with water, but if you got the coin, I'd be more than happy to get you some food and some drink."
And then she holds up one coin, one gold coin, and she says, please, water and food.
She takes your coin and she walks off towards the staircases and past them to presumably what you would assume is the kitchen, if there is one in this, and comes back and says, don't worry, darling, it will be out soon.
And she said, and she looks over, guys, I got us food and water. We can split five ways?
There's 5 of you and
Okay.
a dragon. Which, speaking of, did the Drake come in?
Yeah, he's probably sitting on my shoulder.
All right, and after she gives you that, she kind of gives you a look to the rest of the group, kind of still standing at the entranceway. Well, come on now, we don't bite here. Feel free to come sit on down. Keep that dragon of yours under check. And I'm dying to hear your guys' story here. And she kind of looks back at Arya's hand again.
Do any of us notice that?
Make me a perception check.
I have a seat.
14.
Yeah, so you notice that you're not sure exactly what she's looking at, but you do notice that she seems to be staring at something on Arya quite constantly.
Did I see it earlier when I was sitting beside her at the table?
Well, you weren't sitting next to her. You helped Tempest up, but there wasn't room unless you wanted to go to the opposite side and sit next to.
Can
was
I
probably
scoot
standing
over
there.
and like, can I scoot over and like pat the chair so that way she can sit next?
Right now, Tempest, you're currently in between the Dragonborn drunk and Arya.
Well, isn't he on the ground?
He got back up. He didn't stay on the ground. But because you had not asked to do so, you did not notice anything earlier. If you don't ask about it, it doesn't happen.
Okay.
Big Fook.
With her looking at my hand, can I raise my hand up to the same level as my eyes to like kind of make her make eye contact with me?
Yeah. So while she's kind of sitting there staring at it, almost lost in thought again, you raise it up and put it next to your face. And she at first doesn't move her eyes from where your hand was, but then looks up at you guys and looks at the symbol again, and then looks at you and says, kind of leans in a bit too. Doesn't actually like say this loudly or even in a cheery way, but she looks at you and says, where did you get that symbol?
Well,
Does Tempest hear this?
Yeah, Tempest would be sitting next to you, so yeah, I would say the
Oh,
Tempest
can
hears
she
this.
like lean in and try to like listen a little bit better?
You can hear. You're right next to Arya on the
Okay,
stool,
dope.
so you're able to hear it. But I'd say anyone else that was still in the back of the room.
Can I lean get on the bar, Ruby's side?
There's not much space for you to kind of fit yourself in between, especially not with a dragon on your shoulders.
There's like the end of the bar you could probably like, walk.
Yeah, I kind of want to go like right here next to the Dragonborn.
So the Dragonborn is sitting on this stool.
I don't
This
see your
stool
cursor.
is. You can't see my finger.
No.
No.
Okay, I'll do this then. The Dragonborn is sitting right here on this stool.
That's nice.
This is where Tempest is. This is where Arya is. This stool is empty.
Okay, so I'll lean against the bar here.
Yeah, I'll sit here.
Okay, and Leo, where are you going?
I'm gonna stand next to the old man.
Okay, so he's sitting there.
I'm gonna
Okay,
go
so
right
everyone's
here.
kind of up at the bar here. All right. This now.
Thanks.
Okay. So yeah, you guys were all kind of the rest of you that weren't at the bar kind of make your way up to it while this conversation's going on. You didn't hear some of it just because of distance. But Arya, yeah, she asked you a question.
Well, I touched a very angry-looking door,
We had it before that.
You
and
can't
it
say
started
you
to
can't.
glow.
You're not answering this. You can't do that.
I touched a very angry-looking door, and it started to glow. But where it came from, I have no idea. Does this mean anything to you?
She looks at it again, and then she looks at the rest of you, and she kind of deep in thought, and then looks back up and says, "Do all of you have this symbol?"
Yeah.
I nod and hold my hand up.
Yep.
Well, the two of you at the end of this bar here do that. The drunk Dragonborn, clearly not even coherently paying attention very much here, sees the symbols on your hand and practically falls out of his chair again. Like let's find out if he saves himself from falling. He does not. He sees the symbol that you guys hold up to show the barkeep, and he full blown just falls out of his chair again, and he loses it. And you start hearing like a lot of mumbles that are incoherent and almost gibberish. And then you hear the barkeep, Isabel, which you don't know her name yet, but I'm gonna say it for the sake of prosperity. You hear her yell over, "Oh, calm down, Pravnik. It's not what you think it is, all right? It's something different. Now go sit at the booth. I don't need you right now." And you see the trunk slowly kind of get on his knees, look back at you all again with a little bit of a scarier tone. He's clearly afraid of something, and he goes off and sits in a booth, leaving one of the stools now available. She looks back at the rest of you and says, you would do well to not be showing that symbol around to everybody."
What does it mean?
She kind of puts her hand out almost as if she's asking for you to put your hand there so she can kind of hold it and inspect it further.
I put my hand in her hand.
All right, so she grabs your hand very almost firmly. You wouldn't have expected that from her, but
Ooh,
clearly
you've got a
work.
strong grip, and I wink at her.
She would typically chuckle, but you can clearly see that something has shooken her out of her normal demeanor of when you guys first had come in. She inspects the symbol, kind of runs her hand along it, and she kind of puts your hand down and then looks at all of you and says, "I can't quite say what this symbol means, but a lot of folk around here are gonna think that it means something different. I'm guessing you guys are newcomers.
Yes, one could say that.
And can Tempest lay her head on the table like she's gonna starve to death?
Tempest barely can get her head on the table. You could probably
Can I
your head
stand
kind
and
of
like lay
just
my head on it?
pops. You can
Okay.
stand if you would like. Yes.
Yeah, I would like to stand and like plop my I guess whatever can lay on the table, lay on the table.
All right. Yeah. So Tempest does that, and the innkeeper sees it and kind of looks over and it's like, "Food will be as fast as it can. We weren't expecting anyone in today other than Pravnik over there." And she
Can I
kind
just
of
mumble? Be like,
yells over.
Can I mumble? My dad served me food faster than this.
Let me see here. Is she gonna hear that?
What kind of roll would I do for that?
You wouldn't make a roll. You would just kind of be
Okay.
mumbling it. It would be down to if she hears it,
Oh, okay.
which she doesn't. She does
Fuck
not
yeah.
hear that. She looks back at the rest of you and says, "What do you folk remember?" And you can see she's almost concerned and kind of leans against the bar, clearly trying to figure out the situation before her.
Nothing.
And that's for all of you?
Just
Nothing. Yep,
waking
nothing.
up in a room with a really weird circle and a really weird door.
And then Tempest says, I just remember Scorpion.
I remember leaving my temple.
You guys don't know where you are, do you?
Nope.
No.
Nope.
No idea.
Sand.
Big desert.
We're in
Edge,
June.
she starts to continue what she's saying, and she's like, "Well," and then all of a sudden you hear kind of a yell from the kitchen of a female voice that says, "Order up!" And so she says, "All right, I'll be."
And Tempest like perks up.
I'll be right back, and you see her walk off.
As
you
she's
guys-
walking off, can I do a perception? See if there's any food that I can take?
Sure. Roll me a perception check.
Yeah.
Are there any instruments in this inn?
You do see a guitar, or sorry, a lute, behind the bar, out of reach.
Okay.
But otherwise, you don't see much else.
I rolled a 5.
Yeah, you don't see much. You see these giant kegs behind the bar, and what seems to be the skin of some cactus, on a plate where the drunk was sitting. But otherwise, there doesn't seem to be much else out here.
Can I reach over and grab one of the cactus?
It's just the skin of one of the cactus.
Can I grab it anyways?
Yeah, go for it.
Can I put it in my pants?
Oh my.
Roll. Yeah, you stumped me here. Roll me a
Like a sleight of hand?
Constitution check. I need to see if the skin of this cactus is gonna hurt you while it's in your pants.
I rolled a 10.
Yeah, just made it. Yeah, you successfully grabbed the skin of this cactus and put it into your pants, somehow without pricking yourself,
Yeah.
by whatever miracle. Anything else going on, or you guys just kind of wait for her to get back?
Waiting.
Okay.
I'll wait.
So
Lauren was looking for instruments. Did she look?
she heard where they
Okay.
are. So she comes back, and you notice that she has a few cloths, in her hand, in one hand, and then she has a plate and drink, in her hands. Walking over, she places it down in front of Tempest, and you can gather that it's a few pieces of dried meat, and then an abundance of cut open cactus, ready for you to eat. And
How many pieces of meat?
3 small pieces.
Fuck!
And you also you see that she puts down a mug in front of you of what's clearly some kind of wine or juice, but definitely not water.
Can I ask her if there's free refills?
She looks over at you for a second as she gives it to you. Which first she does say, "Here you go, you enjoy your meal." And then she says, with your refill question, I sure wish I could, but I can't just be giving out free refills to everyone that asks.
Can
And
I like ask her if there's any leftovers from like or like anything in the trash that's salvageable for me to take as well?
she gives you a very weird look, and then seemingly no longer wanting to deal with you, looks back to Arya, who's been asking these questions, and the rest of the group, and kind of starts looking at everyone and says, "Look, I'm not sure why you guys are here. I'm not sure how you guys got here, but something clearly ain't right. So I'll tell you what I know about this place." And
Why
she
she's telling us? Can I break the food up into 5 servings and like only have people eat the food and then like take one sip and then like pass it down the line?
Yeah. So as she continues to talk to you guys about where you where you might have ended up, Tempest kind of spends her time trying to divvy up these meals and push the plates down the bar line to everyone else. And so she continues to go on and she says, "Look, you guys are where we call the Outlands. Um, I'm not sure how we're here or how this place exists, but it isn't normal. From what I've been told, it's a place outside of space and time. Time works differently here, from what I understand, and people typically end up here when one of their portal spells end up going wrong. But that's how it used to be. Then the demons, them vicious fiends, realized they could use this place to their advantage, and so they created portals to each one of them goddamn places of hell. And they slowly took over this land. They turned it into a slave transport route. There's a few villages like this we keep to ourselves, and we have some deals with them to leave us alone. But for the most part here, this land ain't what it used to be, and it ain't safe. Fiends are all over the place, whether they're transporting slaves to one of the 9 layers of hell, or at night when some of them roam free and you wish you never saw them. That symbol there, it's not the same, but it seems like them demons to save on manpower use some of the dead souls and recruit them to run their slave transporters and carry the living to the dead. But yours is different. Typically, it's not overlapping like that, and I've never seen one that high. Normally, only a 4, 5, or maybe 6 starred symbol. Yours doesn't seem right though. There's 9, and it's overlapping. Something's not right about that. But you definitely can't be showing everyone what that is. And as she's saying this, she kind of walks up and down the bar, handing you guys each a cloth and telling you to wrap your hand so that it's not visible any longer, because for the most part, people are either going to assume that you're working for the demons, or if it's the demons themselves, that something's not right with what you're doing.
Can I wave the rag cloth she gave me and say, "Do you have any spare water I can have so I can make some mud? I like painting dead."
She looks at you and she says, "Well, I wish I could help you there, but as I'm sure you noticed outside, we've all but run out of water here, and the only reason we're even still here is because the cactus we grow gives us gives us some form of liquid to drink.
Yeah, but yet you can fucking wine. Okay.
What are you saying?
I didn't say shit. I just thinking out loud.
All right.
May I ask you a question?
She looks over. Yeah, what do you want to know?
So as I'm sure you could guess, us not knowing where we were or how we got here, we have nothing to our name. I was wondering if I could perhaps play that lute over there in the corner, bring you in some business and earn my own coin?
Make a persuasion check.
Okie dokie. Where on the table am I existing right now? There.
I feel that.
And while she's doing that, I'm like scarfing down the one nugget or half the nugget or whatever the fuck one fifth of my
17.
portion.
17, you said?
Yep.
She looks at you and she kind of contemplates something clearly, contemplating your offer. And then with a large sigh, she says, look, I get it. You guys are not well off right now. I'm not sure how you had a gold coin to pay for that food if you have nothing. But if I find out you stole from someone here, I'm gonna have to tell the mayor. I can let you guys stay here, and I can give you room and board, and any food I can muster to spare. But yeah, you'll have to perform at night, and give me your word you'll help this town out. There's a lot that needs to be doing.
Tempest jumps up and down, and she's like really excited. And she's like, "Oh yay! I found this gold coin from a pot."
She doesn't seem to be paying you any attention anymore. She's
It would
looking-
be my honor to perform here at night. Thank you for allowing me a means to earn my own money, so you can rest assured we would not steal from your people.
And Tempest just smiles.
She goes to say something else, but then Leo and Bartho, you guys notice the trunk behind you guys. He starts mumbling something, and at first you can't quite make it out, but you hear something like, cave, and the memories, that's where you need to go. And you hear the barkeep say, "Oh, shut up, man. You don't know what you're talking about anymore. You no more for you. You're done." And he grumbles some more, a little upset. Says, "Nah, I need to go to the cave." And she looks at you guys again and
The
says,
cave?
"Look, I'm sorry. He's always spouting nonsense. He thinks he knows things, and yes, there's rumors of a cave that
We woke up there.
you woke up. Where did you guys wake up? How far
That's-
from here?"
That's where we came from. There was a big rock and a path. We came from the cave.
She looks at you for a second, and she pulls out a map and kind of puts it on the table. It's very crudely drawn. It kind of just has some of the known locations on this realm of nowhere, and tells you, "Look, draw me on this map. I need to see where you guys came out."
Can Tempest say, "We only took right. We only took right. Left bad."
She looks at you, and yet again she sighs, and and then just continues to look at Arya and says, point on the map. I need to know."
I point to the cave.
Which cave? Where?
Where's this map?
Well, there's a map on the table.
Oh. Let's see. I think we came from somewhere around these parts.
So you circle a spot on the map. You don't really see anything of significance there. It just seems like a random spot next to what seems like a lot of death. And she kind of looks at it and she's like, "Well, It's not the cave that the old fool over there is talking about. And as she says that, you see him kind of put his hand up in the air in like anger, waving her off. But that cave is off. Shouldn't be there. And what did you say the chamber looked like?
It was a round chamber, and it had some sort of circle in the middle, and a
No, it's looked like carpet.
dreadful door. Was a metal door with like a demon face, and it felt terrible. And I poked it, and
Yeah, those she
hurt.
poked it.
So she looks at you guys first here in the stone carpet and just starting to think that you're just like the drunk fool over there. And then here's the rest of the description and says, "Well, I don't know about that door, but the circle sounds a lot like what would be the exit of one of them portals that exist. And I've heard that some of them let you go in and some of them let you go out. I don't know about the one you found, but if I had to guess a wager, it would explain where you came from. Look, I don't know if the rumors are true, but there's a cave to the north of here. And people say when you go in there, you start seeing things, whether from your life that's already happened or hasn't happened yet. I don't know how true those rumors are, but if it does exist, maybe that can help explain your guys' situation more." And you hear the old man grumble, "Yeah, they need to go to the cave. The cave has what they need."
Is he still on the floor?
No, he's sitting in the booth behind you guys now in the bar. He was told to go sit in the booth and shut up.
Really, he did half of that.
This booth?
No, it would be this booth. He's kind of sitting in this spot right now, looking away from you guys. But you hear
Okay.
every now and then him chime in.
Did everyone get their food?
Yeah,
Yes,
Tempest gave everyone a small portion of what she had bought.
I ate it.
Yeah, I shared mine with the dragon.
I devoured it.
Can I play the lute and try to earn money?
She looks at you and says, "I don't know about money in these parts. Not a lot of coin being given out, but you can borrow my loot until you find something better."
Thank you, fair maiden.
And she looks at the rest of you and kind of says, "Look, I'm sure that if you're gonna leave these here walls, you're gonna need more than just what you got. So maybe you can work something out with the blacksmith in town. We also got a leather worker too, but I'm not sure how much help they can be."
I'm gonna ask her. So my dad used to run an inn, and I used to be the innkeeper helper. Can I help you at all with the inn?
She looks at you for the first time and actually responds, not just ignoring your random spouts of childlike banter. That'd be mighty kind of you. We don't need much help right now, but maybe later on tonight we get more people to show up for that. What was you say your name was? Aria.
Yes.
For her performance.
I can help clean and clean and take food if in return I can have juice and food.
She looks at you and she says, "Well, I already promised you guys some food and rooms for as long as y'all stay here, but it was under the condition that you got your bard there to play for me at night, and you
And then
make
she
sure you
eagerly
help the
starts
town."
like cleaning up this plate that the drunk left, and she's like, "Where do I take? Where do I take?"
She takes the plate from you, says, "Nah, I don't need any help right now. You guys got more important things to be doing." As you're having this conversation, though, someone does enter the bar, and she kind of looks at all of you and kind of like puts her eyes towards your hands to make sure that they're all covered up properly. A little worried that this person might end up seeing the symbol on your hand. Has everyone covered up, or is anyone choosing to leave it out?
All
I covered
covered.
mine a little
Covered
bit.
for now.
Yeah, covering.
Okay, so yeah, you all covered it up.
I cover, but I'm like not happy that I'd rather have mud on my hand.
So you see a fairly young man. He's a 26-year-old human, if you want specifics. He is a very, very attractive man. He's very stunning with a very short mustache. He's 5'7", very athletic build, and he has, from what you can see, almost a brown skin that could be considered a dark tan from all the sunlight they probably get. He comes in. He seems very charming. He kind of looks over to the drunk in the booth and says, "Pravnik, my man, how you doing today, buddy?" And the drunk just kind of grumbles more about the memory cave. And Pravnik says, "Yeah, you keep doing you, man. Careful not to get a little too drunk." And he walks up to Isabel at the bar here, kind of seeing all you guys and a little confused at the sight of all these outsiders. He looks over to Isabella. "Isabella, 2 of the usual, please." She nods her head and walks off towards the what you presume kitchen. And then he looks over to you guys like, "Newcomers, all right. How
I
you
say,
guys
can I
doing?"
be a usual?
He chuckles. He's like, "Oh, careful what you wish for. Who are you?" "My name."
I'm Arya. Who are you?
The name's Jaren.
Oh, that's a nice name.
What brings you folk to town?
I was hungry.
He looks at Tempest with a bit of a confused look, and he says, "I'm sure you are a little one," presuming that she's actually the child in the group being taken care of, and humors her for a little, and then looks back to Arya and is like, "So, what brings you guys to town?"
A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Do you live here?
"Oh, yes, I do.
Oh.
Maybe you'll find
Tempest
that out
says-
later."
Oh, so
Tempest
you
says-
come here often.
Tempest screams, "Arya's playing music tonight. You wanna come?"
"Oh, music! I don't mind if I do. I'll be sure to be here for that."
So you'll come to watch me play, of course.
Of course. I knew
Of
what you
course.
had meant. I
Of
would love
course.
to see that, but maybe I'll need a private showing afterwards.
Oh, I think that could be arranged.
As this is going
We
on,
need
and
more
the rest
water to calm
rest of the
these two
group
down.
is very clearly awkwardly watching this transpire. Isabella comes back out with two small boxes, what you presume has food inside, and brings them over to Jaren and says, "All right, Jaren, here's your usual. I know you're good for it. Just pay me later. I need to talk to these here folk." And Jaren kind of does a little curtsy to Arya, says,
I wink
"Until
at him.
tonight," and he sees the wink and smiles with a very unforgettable smile, and then takes the food and walks on out, giving a pat on the back of the drunk Pravnik, who's almost passed out at this point as he leaves. There are 5 of you, and no one is saying anything.
I'm enjoying ice
I
cream
feel
right
like
now.
I said
Sorry.
a lot.
You got your ice cream. That's awesome.
Yeah, I ended up door dashing it. $30 for two medium blizzards and a large.
Jesus.
What the
Wow.
fuck? DoorDash pass be thick.
All right. So she waits till Jaren leaves, and then looks back at the rest of you and says, "Look, like I said, I'll keep your hand issue to myself. Pravnik's probably already forgotten it, and you hear him mumbling more in the background, not really coherently talking. And then she looks over you and says, "But I do need you guys to not cause any trouble here. The last thing we need is for the demons to do something to this town."
Can I ask her where the blacksmith is and what help he needs?
She points out of the inn and says, "Well, it's across the plaza and to the right. You should notice a boarded up building It's next to that. He has a lot of stuff outside. You'll know it.
What's his name?
Damn, a DM's worst fear. His name's Dasso. You'll know him when you see him. He's probably working
How do you spell
around
that?
there. Daso.
Thanks.
And
And
then
then
she-
she like
oh, wait.
reaches out her hand and says, "Thank you, I'm Tempest."
Well, nice to meet you, Tempest. And she shakes your hand and says, I'm sure you'll love Dasso a lot. He's a halfling like you.
Oh, I do like halfling.
Then she looks at the rest of you and says, like I said, this
Can I
town
ask
has...
what her name is? Because that way the group her name now.
No, none of you have asked. She hears you saying that. She's like, name's Isabella. Been running this bar as long as I can remember, but like I said, time works differently here, so I don't know how long that's been. She looks at the rest of you and says, look, this town has a lot that needs to be done. I'm sure that you throw a stone and you'll find someone that needs help somewhere. But don't go pushing people if they don't need it, all right? This town's good people, and the last thing we need is people showing up here and causing trouble.
Sounds good to me.
Let's go find some people.
Can I jump off the bar stool and say, like, wave to the rest of the group? Sorry, I keep sneezing. Wave to the rest of the group that we're gonna go find the bar or the blacksmith.
Acrobatics check.
2 seconds. Ugh. Ooh, my dog needs potty. Frost, stop. Hold on, I'm trying to do acrobatics, bro. 9 plus 7. 16.
All right, so yeah, Tempest is standing on this stool, seemingly feeling she's done with this conversation. She does a backflip right off the stool, lands it, and then points towards the exit of the inn and says, "Let's go, guys!" and kind of starts walking off, hoping that everyone else is going to follow, but not looking
Arya
back.
claps and squeals in excitement. Oh, that was really cool.
Is everyone going to follow? What's everyone doing?
I'm gonna ask the barkeeper if there's anywhere to get magical components.
So the barkeeper, is anyone else staying for this, or is everyone else
Yeah,
started to walk
I
off?
want to know where to find a fucking focus.
I'm listening. I'm just gonna walk my dog fast. I have a wireless headset.
Okay. So for one, Lauren, I believe you're able to use your instrument as an arcane focus at this point.
Oh, dope! And I
Um,
have a loot. Oh, let me add the loot to my inventory.
Yeah. But she looked over at you and says, "Well, I'm sorry to say that the part of the deal with the demons was no magic, so we don't really have much of that here. And the shop we did have for potions and whatnot had to be shut down. I don't know if the alchemist that we had would still be willing to do stuff for you, but you're not gonna find much in that way from this point. The blacksmith might be able to make you something you need, but I wouldn't look much for magical things in this village."
Lovely.
Is Jaren still in the bar?
He had left with his food. Isabella had.
Damn it! It was a to-go order.
Yeah, Isabel had rushed him out of the bar. She did not want him there with you guys there, for fear that it could cause an issue if the town knew what where you were from.
Isabella, where did you send Jaren off to?
She looks at you and she's like, "I didn't send him nowhere. He just, he typically comes by once a day for 2 meals, as usual, and I get him for him, and he goes off. Where he goes from there ain't my business."
Oh, you don't really know where he like hangs out or anything.
I mean, he has a house here in town, but I mean,
Oh, homeowner.
she chuckles a little
girl.
and says, "Be
I
careful
just love that
there."
you're trying to seduce everyone like in rags still.
Hey, he was into it.
He was into it.
Is
He
there-
liked my rags.
Is there any other things anyone's doing here, or are you guys all leaving?
Where did you say his house was? Just curious.
She looks at you with a smirk and says, I didn't, but last I checked, you got plans tonight, honey.
Yes, I do have plans tonight. I will see you this evening, my lovely Isabella.
Anywhere
No.
to find some clothes?
Like I said, we got a leather worker and a blacksmith in town, so I feel like you don't want metal, you got some options at the other place.
Cool.
I'll pat Bart on the back and say, "Let's go, buddy."
Before Echo has a chance to turn around and leave, you see Isabella pull out a small piece of meat from one of the plates under the bar and kind of chucks it over into the small Drake's direction for him to kind of catch an air and eat, seemingly amused by the sight of a Drake. Very not common in these parts.
She allows it. She doesn't really.
I mean, the puppy.
The puppy.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, dogs also very rare. All right, so is everyone leaving then?
Yeah.
See, puppy.
Yup.
As you guys leave, you continue to hear just spouts of nonsense from the drunk. If anyone wants to actively try to listen as they leave, they can.
Oh, I do.
absolutely.
Yes.
Oh,
No,
hell yeah.
Well, the pond, the worm,
You're cutting.
the worm, the memory cave. And
Right,
you
we
see
got
him
worm
kind of
and
just
memory cave.
popping out, passing out on that table. He's done for the day, and it's, from what you gather, not very late into the day. So what do you guys do?
We need
Tyler.
armor. We need
We need
clothes.
clothes.
I want to go to the blacksmith.
Okay, so you guys are heading to the blacksmith.
I want to look for clothes first, personally. I will separate if I need to.
We're not supposed to split the party.
I just want to say that's metagame, Lauren.
No, you can split the party. That's fine. I'm just not going to put people in different channels, so both
yeah,
sides are going to hear what happens.
I want to go try to find. Well, shit, it's not like I'll be able to afford them. Never mind. I'll just fucking stay with you guys till I can perform.
Maybe we could trade our rags.
Give me rags for leather. Wait,
Just show some titty. It's okay.
The finest rags.
I'll show you my shell.
I'm down to going to the blacksmith to see if we can get some fucking shit to help us.
Money.
With
Yeah.
what money?
Well, she said like the blacksmith like help.
Okay.
You guys head to the blacksmith.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what she stated.
So as you kind of get to the front of this building, you can kind of see there's a few random pieces of metal sheets and random tools kind of strewn about the front of
The
this area.
smeltery.
Yes, to the smeltery.
Okay.
And as you get inside, you see a halfling with a specialized
yeah.
sized anvil smashing onto a sword, shaping it with his hammer, and sees you guys enter and very visibly gets excited. But as you enter, you see that he is a younger halfling, clearly not very old, and he's clearly short at about 3'1", so still taller than Tempest, but short nonetheless. He has curled auburn hair, and he has black eyes as well. I'm not sure if that's a trait here or if that's just what it is. But he has silky gray skin as well, and he's very lean in his build, and doesn't have a bad face by any means, but it's nothing to. It's not a Jarin, you know.
Can I wave at him and go up to him and be like, I've never met another halfling.
He looks at you, sees the rest of the group walking in, and he's like, "Well, glad I can be you first then."
And what a good first you are.
He gives a bit of a chuckle, and he squints, trying to see the rest of the group. Well, come on now, don't be afraid. Come on in. I'm not gonna bite.
Lovely.
What
So
can
the
I do for you,
barkeeper-
folks?
The barkeeper sent us over to help you. We're new to town and we're just for work.
Well, yeah, this town has a lot of problems here. We just we ran out of water not long ago. We've been living
Oof.
off the cactus as far as I can remember, and I think there's all kinds of issues here. We got some missing nobles that I heard about. I'm not sure what happened there, and we got all sorts of issues. Well, you guys don't exactly seem prepared to go out on any sort of adventures, though. It's dangerous out there.
I'm glad
hoping
you
you might be able
pointed that out.
Yeah.
Well,
Then I think like Tempest is just starstruck.
all right. He sees Tempest kind of in awe, and then looks at the rest of you and says, "Well, if you'd be willing to help with the town's water issue, I suppose I could custom make you guys some equipment. But it's gonna take me a few days to make it. I guess I could give you some loners. But it will be some pretty basic gear until I can get that custom stuff made for you."
Basic
then
is better than
better
what we
than
have
this.
now.
Tempest
Yep.
smiles and is like, "You can custom make me anything."
What's with the flirtation in this?
He
group?
looks at you and says, sorry, man, but I don't swing that way.
What the fuck? Like, gay? We already have a gay in this game?
Look, man, I don't
Are you
I don't
gay?
judge.
Okay.
But he looks at you guys and says, "Well, like I said, I can supply a few basic things for you guys, and I'll start working right away on that. Anything you guys specifically need. But in the meantime, I'd hope you can go deal with the water issue in town."
Can I ask him, so you know why the water is empty? Or how we can fix the issue?
So he walks over to you, and he bends a little bit because this is probably the first time in his life he's gotten to actually look down on someone, because typically people are shorter than him. And he looks at you and says,
Taller.
"Well, little one, I have to say, wells, they just don't have unlimited supplies of water, and sooner or later they empty out. As far as I know, it's just a hole in the ground with water inside. But I heard some rumors that there is some kind of lake or maybe pond or something to the west of here. But it was that Pravnik drunk that was talking about it, so I'm not sure if it exists or not. I haven't been brave enough to leave town."
I believe it.
So what loners do you have so that we could maybe venture to this lake?
He gets excited at the thought because clearly he hasn't had any villagers recently come to him needing anything, and he gets behind the anvil again with his hammer and everything, and he looks at you guys and says, "Well, first I think we need to go over what you guys want me to make, and then I'll see what I can find to give you." And so he walks over to a desk and pulls a notepad out and a kind of piece of charcoal. Gets ready to write down. So what do you guys need specifically? I can make you armor, I can make you weapons, and I can make some engravings on some stuff too.
All three.
Okay, that's I get that, miss, but I need specifics. You want a dagger? You want a rapier? You want some chain armor? You want a focus
Here.
on your shield? What do you need?
How about that?
Can I have 2 daggers? Can I please have 2 daggers?
All right, 2 daggers for the little one. And he starts typing them out, or typing them. He starts. The DM is
Sure
typing it out. He starts scribbling on his notepad. 2 daggers for the little one.
If I can get a mace
All right, a
And
mace
then-
for the turtle. Got it.
and a pendant with like water symbols on it.
I mean, I can do my best, but I'm not sure if it will work out the way I want it to. But I'll give her a try.
Can I also have one silver band, like a ring band that's just silver circle that goes on my hand?
He looks around to see what kind of materials he has and everything. Like, I can certainly try, but it might not be silver. Is that all right?
I don't care color.
All right.
It's like I need a long sword, a shield with a focus on it, and some chainmail.
You
Oh,
see
if
him
I could get a shield as well, please.
furiously trying to write all this down. All right, and for the focus on that shield, what kind of engraving you want on there?
It's a long sword.
All right, simple enough.
Can I get a shield as well?
All right, and you want something on that shield or just a nice basic shield?
Throw some water on it. The symbol again. A nice focus, so I can focus on it.
All
Look at
right,
it.
so we got 2 daggers, a mace, a pennant, and he kind of looks a little confused at that one, and then he's like, a ring of some sorts, a long sword, a shield with a long sword focus on her, a chainmail, and a shield with water. You guys need anything else?
Oh, yes.
Can I get medium armor?
He looks at you very confused. Medium armor? What's that?
Just armor.
You gotta give me something more than that. It's almost like you guys
I
got
don't know
some. There are some nice, useful sheets right below the world map that have all the armor and the weapons.
I didn't even see that.
Oh.
No idea.
Literally, there's a weapon armor right
Oh,
here.
right there.
Can I get a +3 Warhammer?
Weapons right. He looks at me, he's like, I don't know about that, sir. I don't think I'm capable of something that advanced.
Just write +3 on it.
He lets me, says, all right, I'll try to write that on your mace there if you want.
If you could, please.
All right.
Oh. What is this?
Hide armor.
Probably
He
need
lets
to
it
go to
says,
the leather maker.
well, I can't really do hide here. I mainly work in metal, but I'm sure that the leather worker across the plaza can help you out.
And I would like. Can you make a bow? Do you have the resources for a bow?
Well, it just so happens I do have some bows on stock. Yeah.
I'll take a bow and a sword.
Well, what kind of sword, ma'am? He looks over at Barthos like, I'm glad you knew exactly what you needed, sir. You're giving me all the fine details, too.
Hey, while
Looks
you're at
back
it,
Echo.
Fuck off.
While I'm at it.
May I interrupt while you decide, Echo?
Go ahead.
So can you do leather or studded leather armor here, sir?
Well, I do the metal bolts for the armor, but you'd have to go talk to our leather worker for that.
Gotcha. Okay, so for my simplest request, 2 daggers, and then I have an interesting
2 more daggers, and he starts writing down more.
Oh, okay. Is there any way you think you could make me a crossbow where the top part is a harp?
He looks for a minute. He's like, That's, and he gets
Yeah,
like visibly excited.
weird.
He's like, I can certainly try, ma'am.
Cool. Awesome. That'd be great.
2 short swords, please.
All right, ma'am. And anything else?
Can you make dragon armor?
He looks at.
Armor
He's
for
like,
the dragon?
oh, armor for the dragon. Well, ma'am,
Yeah.
that's a little out of my pay grade. I would need a bit of time and a lot more materials for something like that.
Maybe next time.
Do you have the name of a good leather worker you would recommend?
Well, I don't know about a good one, and he chuckles a little bit. But I mean, there's only one leather worker in town, so I'd say probably go try him. His name's Winifred. You know, you'll see his shop. You know, he got some leather drying on a rack outside.
Wonderful, thank you.
It's a retcon. She's got some leather drying outside.
I probably tag along with you when you go over there.
You guys need anything else from me?
I can't think of anything, but I'll definitely come back if I do.
Same.
All right, so I'm gonna read them back to you guys. And you see him start flipping back to the front page. I got 4 daggers, a mace with the writing +3 engraved onto the side of it. I'm not sure what that's gonna do, but I mean, it's your weapon. A pennant. See if I can do that, but sir, it might be a little difficult. A ring. See if I got any silver for it, but I might not. See what I can do. 1 long sword, a shield with the focus of a longsword honor, some chainmail, some shield with a water engraving on it, and he gets like, he licks his lip a little, a harp with a crossbow at the end, and 2 short swords. Was that everything?
I think so. Thank you.
Sounds perfect.
All right. So, in the meantime, it's going to take me a few days here, but I can give you guys some more basic weapons, if possible. I got 2 daggers I can give to the group. I got 1 long sword, but it's a little worn down. It should serve its purpose, but I can't guarantee it's gonna do well for long. I got 1 shield for the group. I have some. I got a chain shirt here, and then I got a longbow and a crossbow, and that's about all I got in stock at the moment, ready to make.
Can I add to my order, please? I'm so sorry.
Oh yes, of course. He pulls back out the notepad and gets excited to write more down. Clearly not getting to do custom stuff like this often.
I think I should probably see if I could get some bolts for my crossbow too, please.
Oh yes, of course. Some bolts. I'll do my best to make it so that you're custom make. And he gives himself a little bit of a grin, excited at the thought. Can work with any crossbow bolts, but we'll see what happens. And you never know. Just in case, I'll definitely make sure to have some on hand.
Thank you, thank you.
So who is taking what?
May I take the longbow?
Sorry, I'm gonna recon something. He does not have a longsword. He has a, what was it? Trying to see where it is. A short sword.
Well, shit.
Yeah.
Did you say he had any daggers?
He has 2 daggers total.
Can I take 1 dagger?
Yeah. So you take 1 dagger. Who's taking the other dagger?
I would really like to have the crossbow.
Okay.
I don't need anything.
I would like the
Mark,
I would like the chainmail, the shield, and the short sword.
Okay. So you take all those. I'm assuming that Echo will be taking the longbow.
Yeah.
Arya took the crossbow. You guys also each get 20 bolts/arrows respectively. So 20 bolts for Arya, 20 arrows for Echo.
Does anyone want this last dagger before I have 2 daggers?
How
Can
about
my
you
dragon
dual
hold it?
wield a little bit?
Yeah, I like pointy stuff. Can I have the next dagger?
So she asks this, so no one replies. So she quickly just grabs it and takes the second dagger. He while grabbing all these materials, he does notice. Oh, I also do got this, and he finds a very rusted, old-looking mace that he has on hand. I don't know if you want to use this till I can make your new one, but you can
Yeah,
if
I'll
you'd
take it.
like. So in your inventory, write rusted mace, and it is a 1d4 bludgeoning.
Sir, do you know what a jaw harp is?
He looks at you and he gets very confused. Like, I'm guessing some kind of instrument.
Yes, but it's made of metal. Would that be up your alley if I drew you a picture of it?
He looks at you. He's like, "Well, I suppose if you can draw me a picture of it, I can do my best to make it, but I can't promise anything."
Okay. I draw him a picture of a jaw harp.
And then he also looks at Bartho and says, "Well, I can't help but notice that you like to cover your hand up weirdly like that. You want me to make something custom that kind of covers that part of your hand, or you want me to make you some gloves?" Or it looks a
Oh
little
no,
confused.
don't worry about this. It was just a little cut.
Ah, okay, yeah.
I'll take some gloves.
Yeah, some.
All right.
I'll take some gloves too. Fine.
Well, what kind of gloves are you hoping? Because I can make some metal ones, but if you want anything lighter, you might want to go for the
never mind.
leather worker.
Do you have any water?
You have
He looks at you and says, "Well, little one, like I said earlier, kind of having a water problem here. That was why I was making these tools for you, so you could help the town out with that."
I was just curious if you just had just a little bit of water.
Sorry, just cactus juice is all we really got.
Do you got any spare cactus juice?
He kind of goes into his private area, clearly not for customers to see. He comes back with 2 leather skins full of cactus juice, and he's like, "Here, I guess I can spare these for you guys."
Thank you. And she takes one cactus pouch juice leather thing and puts
So a
it.
leather skin full of cactus juice.
Yep, puts it in her pants and then holds up the other one and says, "Anyone else want this juice?"
Probably share with the group.
He sees you put it into your pants, and he's like, you should really make your way over to Winifred. She can help you out with that." And he chuckles a little, seeing it in your pants, kind of like just a bulge.
Coming at the inn tonight, you should come and see me.
Oh yes. Well, if I find some time in between all these new custom things, and kind of looks through his notebook, I'll be sure to get to that.
Is there just a chair moving around right now?
I did something and I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Dude.
It just happened.
Dude. How long ago?
Dude, I
Like
was trying to
30
make a
seconds ago.
character
Not
sheet
long.
and I lost it. Ah, shit. What happened?
I
You
reset.
reset the
reset.
board.
I went back a minute and a half.
Oh, can
There
you
we go.
delete my bags on my table? I just want my 1 gold coin on there. Thanks.
Oh, you can just put them back in your chest too.
Yeah, they're gone.
Yeah, I was trying to add my character sheet, but it like disappeared like halfway through making it.
All right. So you guys, what are you guys doing? You guys just.
Oh. I'm gonna ask him for a small piece of parchment and to borrow his charcoal for a minute.
He kind of goes back over to his desk and finds parchment and another piece of charcoal, and he walks on over and he's like, "Here you go." And he happily
Thank you.
hands it.
Who took the other pouch of cactus juice?
I thought Echo did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, she shakes the halfling's hand. She's like, "Been the most pleasant halfling I've ever met." And then she like starts walking out. The
Before
fucking
you can even start walking away, he's like, "The only halfling you've ever met, ma'am." And he kind of has a grin on his face.
And she walks
there.
out the blacksmith.
Yeah.
Oh, but before she walks out, she says, "Where's the leather worker, leather maker?"
He kind of points out towards the door because obviously he would, and says, "Well, it's right across the plaza. You can't miss it. There's some pelts drying on the rack right there outside."
Cool. So yeah, she walks out.
I probably follow her, holding the door open for her and everything. And then
Okay.
ask, "Hey,
Um,
are you coming for the leather?"
Yes, absolutely.
what are
Cool.
you doing, Barthel?
I'm gonna follow them to the leather worker.
Okay. You were the last to leave. I need to do this with you. Hi there. And it's time for whispers. You made your way outside with the rest of the group, but the second that you reached the outside, you immediately had a blinding pain in your head with a bunch of incoherent flashes, including a flash of what you could only describe as a celestial or some kind of being, which helps you gather that this might be. This might be your celestial trying to give you a message, and then you see the old drunk in your head as a memory of him talking about the cave, and you start to sense that there might be some actual importance there. That's all. Those of you guys all make your way outside. What's everyone's passive perception?
16.
11.
14.
Wait, what the fuck? How do you tell that?
It would be, I believe it's your wisdom, or is it just your
Oh.
perception added on of 10, added on to 10 or something like that?
Yeah,
Oh, it's
10,
11.
10 plus your wisdom modifier.
Oh,
Lay of it.
12.
Okay, so Arya, you notice that as you all step outside, you can kind of sense behind you that Bartho all of a sudden kind of like freezes up, and you see him holding his head. You see him kind of almost fall to his knees, and this goes on for like at least 20 to 30 seconds, and then you see him kind of slowly put his hands down again.
Can I run over to him and... Hey, Pops, are you okay?
Yeah. This just happens from time to time.
Okay. Do you need anything?
No, just messages from otherworldly beings.
Oh, yeah, the huge. Anything important?
Just visions of that old drunk rambling about the cave.
Yeah, he did go on about that cave a lot. Do you think there's anything important to that?
It feels like it, yes.
Okay, maybe once we're a little more well prepared, we should make a point to investigate that further.
Yes.
Okay, as long as you're okay. I skip towards the leather work.
Same. I'm already like ahead of them, skipping that way.
All right, so as it seems to be a custom for this group, Tempest makes her way to the leather worker first ahead of the group. Although small, seemingly very quick. What are you guys doing? Are you just heading inside?
Oh, I go inside, sorry. Yeah.
Again, the DM only follows the
Enter.
rules of the world. He doesn't make the decisions for anybody.
Yeah, I want to go inside.
All right. So Tempest is first to head in, I'm assuming, with everyone else soon following. But Tempest, you get inside and you see a middle-aged, but probably a little younger than that. Clearly a full-blown adult, though, if you had to guess. Female that has long, straight gold hair and green eyes. And
What is
as
she?
is accustomed to everyone else that seems to live here, she has smooth red skin and is about 5'1", so almost double your height. She's
human?
not... Pardon?
Is she human?
Yeah, she's human. And she's not exactly fat or anything, or overweight, but she doesn't have a very toned shape. You can tell that she has a bit of a stomach.
She chonky.
And she has a pretty face. And she has one large piercing on her nose.
What side?
Her left.
Everyone has left-sided.
Furiously
shit on
typing
them.
this in, just in case it ever comes back. All right.
Can I go up to the leather worker and say, "Hi, I'm Tempest. I was instructed to come here from the smelter. Do you need any work in order to receive any hand-me-downs or any leather that you can offer me?"
So as you say this, you walk up to what her kind of like her not desk, but the area that you would expect to have a table where the cashier would
Yeah.
stand.
Or if I can't see, I would like to walk around to her so that way she can...
Well, it is blocked off. Like it's clearly not
Well,
meant
look,
to
that
be
I'm
accessible.
jumping up and down saying this.
Well, originally you walk in, you walk up to it, you start talking. She looks around. Well, my bloody word! I don't. Hello? What do you hand me down? And she's looking around, trying to see. Even with your jumping, you're not quite getting high enough for her to notice you, because she's not used to having to look that far down. Then out of the corner of her eye, she does see you hop at one point. Kind of bends over, reaching her as high as she can over the desk, and sees you and says, "Oh, my word! Where's your parents, little one?"
Can I come up behind and grab her and pick her up and put her on top of the table to talk to the Leathersman?
All right, so all you guys are making your way inside at this point. Is anyone
Yeah.
staying outside or doing anything else?
I have entered the shop.
So yeah, Echo comes on in. She picks up Tempest, puts her on the table. Well, what can I do for you folks? Something about hand-me-downs?
As you can see, I have really ragged clothes with lots of sand, and my crotch is very itchy, and I just would like to change, please, if you have anything to spare, or if I could do anything anything for you.
She kind of looks at all you guys and sees everything. It's like, well, I typically take money for the things I make. I'm not sure why would I. She's trying to fathom and understand why she would give you things and not get paid in return.
Well, as you can see, we don't have money, so in order to.
Well,
get
neither
your
does the
services,
beggar
we're
outside
willing-
on the street. Don't give
Oh,
him all
we're-
my wares.
Tempest instantly pulls out 1 gold coin and holds it in the air. Is this enough to pay for everyone's new leather?
She sees the gold coin, walks behind her, grabs a small leather strip, puts it on the table next to you, and says, that's what you can get with that."
Do you also want some cactus juice?
Immediately trying to give up the juice you were given. She says, "No, I'm quite all right with my cactus supply."
I walk up and kind of bow to her, and I'm like, I promise we don't mean you any offense. We're trying to get jobs to make money, but a lot of it is quests that we would probably die with if we don't have the proper items. I'm playing a show tonight. I might get money there. Could we maybe run up a tab or do something to help you? We want to earn the things. We don't expect you to give them for free.
Make a persuasion check.
Did you
Okay.
say that she pulled out just a small piece of leather for the gold coin?
A leather strap, yeah. Or a leather strip.
Is it a piece of cured leather? These are important questions.
I can tell, and that's why I'm thinking about this. Yes.
I'm so tempted to try to steal it.
So Tempest is also a thief.
Again, I'm gonna point out the choices you guys make are your own, but retaliation is a thing.
Technically, she just paid for it.
Yeah, I held up my
Yeah,
one.
if you want to
fucking
give her, if you want to give her the gold coin for it, you certainly can. She looks at you and says, "All right, look, I can't just give them to you, but
I would never ask that.
I'm starting to run low myself here on some supplies, so maybe we can work something out."
Yeah, absolutely. What do you need?
She says, "All right, give me a second," and she kind of looks behind her to see what she has and everything like that, and her supplies and everything going on. She says, "Well, I'm starting to run real low on pelts to make my leather, and I've been hearing a lot of things about howls almost at night. So I'm guessing that there'd be a pack of wolves somewhere nearby. I'll give you some leather. I'll give you some armor and what I can give. but I need them pelts to make more, and I'll also expect a bit of compensation after you get paid at that their inn show.
Of course. You're welcome to come watch it too.
Can I have a skinny knife to skin them so I can give you the pelts?
Tempest, you have daggers.
But shh, she doesn't know that. I don't have anything.
You don't have pockets or a backpack. She absolutely can see the dagger that you have attached to your rags.
Oh, I look down. I'm like, oh yeah.
So she looks at you guys. She's like, all right, we'll talk specifics on how much money, but as long as you can get me enough pelts there, it won't be that much. I do need to know what you all need, though.
How many pelts would be enough?
As many as you can find. The more pelts you bring me back, the less you'll have to pay in gold.
Can I have a shirt and some pants and some shoes and a left-hand glove and a cloak?
She looks at you for a few seconds, very almost irritated, and then points over to the board of more specific items that you're capable of asking for
Bitch.
instead of trying to list off
I agree.
every individual piece of clothing like a sock. She's clearly made a board to allow her customers to simply say almost like suits of armor. That makes it easier for the DM.
Set of leather, light armor. And may I make the addition of some leather gloves as well, please?
Yeah, they can come with that. That's no problem.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful.
What else? What else do y'all need?
Can I get medium armor hide with a glove? Left-handed preferred.
Can I have medium armor and a left-hand glove? It makes me more spooky.
So keep in mind that you guys keep saying medium armor. That would specifically, if you're looking for leather, that would be hide. And you would also need to be capable
JK,
of
I
wearing
would like light
hide.
armor.
Yeah.
Well, she said she wanted leather, right?
That's why I'm saying. Echo specifically said medium leather armor. That does not
Okay.
exist.
I said hide.
Light.
And is your character capable of wearing medium armor?
Yes. It's in my proficiency.
And then, what did the little one want?
Let me go double check where.
Rogues, I believe, can wear light. I'm not sure about medium.
Oh, it's just light, I think. Yeah, light. Can I have some light armor?
She looks
Yes,
at you and says,
please.
well, I got studded, padded, and regular. What do you want?
Leather, please.
All right, another leather. You guys need anything else?
May I
Yeah,
change
can
mine
I-
to studded?
She grumbles a little bit and
So sorry, so sorry.
Studded.
And then can she place the gold coin on the table and she's like, fair trade, and then picks up the leather strap.
She takes that gold coin and lets you take the strap.
Who wants this leather strap? I have a strap!
I'll take that.
Okay. Here you go.
Can I get a cleaner, slightly larger loincloth?
She looks at all you and she's like, yeah, you guys got a bit of rags there. I can give you guys all some undergarments for the armor here. And
Nope, I just want loincloth. Just better material.
all right.
Don't need a potato sack covering my sack.
That's not what undergarments are.
Can I have some panties?
That's what undergarments would be. It's what you would typically wear underneath your leather or metal armor.
Oh, can she have some of those? Well.
That's what she just offered for the group. Yes.
Oh yeah, yes. I would
Undergarments?
like.
Yeah.
I would like
Yes.
some undergarments immediately, please.
I cannot wear any sort of armor, so I can only use a loincloth.
Undergarments wouldn't be considered armor. It's almost just like very basic clothing that you would want to wear under your armor, so that obviously you weren't naked, but wouldn't be any like bonuses to any modifiers or anything like that. It's literally just
So like some leggings and a t-shirt.
pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
if you've ever seen movies with like medieval knights or stuff, they would wear very like basic, light, small like clothing underneath their suits of armor.
Yeah, I just need a loincloth.
Okay.
So she gives that to us now.
Yes.
Oh, sweet. Tempest immediately jumps down from the table and like instantly puts it on, like really like incognito.
Okay. Okay. Roll me stealth. Everyone else is she's sitting there. Is that it? Is that all you guys need?
Do you have a changing room?
She
A 29.
yeah, you managed to change without a single person recognizing that you're doing so.
Fuck yeah.
She looks around. She's like, not really.
But I
don't.
still keep my sand. I keep my sand.
All right. But like you said, you were performing at that they're in. I'm sure they got some rooms for you if you want to change your clothes.
Of course.
Oh, while you're at it, can I get some leather gloves to cover my nice meaty hands?
She looks over. She's like, yeah, I can do that. Writes down some leather gloves. Anyone else want some gloves?
Yes, please.
And she like jumps up and down and like has an arm in the air. Me.
Free.
I
The other
think
two?
I already asked for gloves, but if not, me.
Yeah, they come
Same.
with your. If you've gotten leather armor, it would come with it.
Okay.
All right. So she finishes writing all this down. She looks at all of you. She's like, "Well, what about backpacks? Doesn't seem like you guys really got those. How you gonna bring my
Ooh.
hides back?"
Yes.
Who can I have a
backpack.
big? Can I have a big pocket, please?
She looks at you, and like you've seen so many other NPCs or people in this village do so far, Tempest, she kind of just sighs and then looks at the rest of the group.
Bitch.
Do you say?
Do you think you could make
Do you
something
say
that would-
this?
Nope, I sure don't.
Okay.
My brain says it in my noggin.
so you can make something that can conform to my shell?
She looks at you and slowly nods her head.
Standard backpacks don't work, ma'am. I've tried them.
Can I have a big fanny pack?
She looks at you again and said, I can try to do a satchel.
Okay.
Not you, the
Oh, sorry.
turtle.
That's good enough for me.
All right, and then Ario was.
A fanny pack type backpack.
She looks at you, she's like, well, it's not gonna fit much.
Okay, just a regular backpack. It's fine then.
Okay. I heard of them bag of holdings, I believe, and they used to be around, but them demons came around and took all the magic stuff.
Oh yeah, can you make me one of
Yeah.
those?
she chuckles a bit. If I could, I'd be a far wealthier woman than I am.
Does
Can I-
she give us these bags now?
Well, you guys are still having her write this list, so you don't know yet.
Oh, cool.
Can I have a backpack and a fanny pack?
For my sand?
Yeah, it's like, can I get a backpack and also a small pouch?
Is everyone asking for this?
I would like a
Yes.
backpack and a pouch.
I need a coin purse.
You're getting your satchel, Leo. So that's
Well,
close
can I
to
get a
his
coin purse that goes in the
purse.
satchel?
This is the deal.
We're thinking
with
more like a
writing his
messenger bag
actions
type
at the
thing.
Beginning of the fucking campaign, taking away all your stuff. Okay, yeah, we'll say that a coin purse is inside a backpack already. It comes
Woo!
with it.
Dope.
Or a satchel. How many people are asking for fanny packs? She looks at everyone.
I raised my hand.
I just want a backpack and a satchel that I can tie to my hip.
Okay, so is that 2 people?
I also need a small pouch.
So,
Not a fanny pack, but a pouch.
Right, naturally.
Manly.
I'm gonna put in
A
quotes
purse.
pouch. Okay, and she looks at Echo. And what do you need?
I would like a bag.
All right. And she goes off. She leaves the room and comes back and puts down a leather armor, a studded armor, a hide armor, then walks off again and comes back, looks at the turtle, puts down a loincloth, a pair of gloves, and a satchel. Then she goes off again, brings 4 undergarments, or 4 sets of our undergarments, goes off, comes back, brings out 4 small backpacks, and then she goes off, comes back, brings the rest of the gloves, which would be 4 more. 4 more? 3 more? 4 more. And then she looks at everyone and says, those pouches, she kind of says, emphasizing the pouch word, should be ready in a bit, but I don't have quite enough leather for it. You guys are going to have to get me more.
So she gave me light armor.
Yeah, so she gave everyone the armor they needed. She gave all the gloves that everyone needed and their undergarments. The turtle got his loincloth and his satchel.
Hey, those gloves, if I put them on, am I just going to rip them, or they conform to my hands?
No, yeah, she had some larger gloves for whatever reason that seemed to fit you without issue.
Well, as she's doing that, can that be when I put on my undergarments that I did sneakily?
Well, you
And,
already...
like,
yeah.
because she didn't give them to me yet.
Yeah,
I thought she already did. And then while she's doing that, 'cause I rolled like a 20-something, can I also put on my left glove without her seeing that?
Yeah, I mean, you're already really short, and like, unless she's actively trying to look over this desk, it's going to be hard for her to see anything you do. So yeah, you're able to do so without issue. She gave
Cool.
the
What is
group
that?
everything they needed except for the small fanny pack / pouches. She needs more leather to be able to create those for you guys. But otherwise,
I also was gonna ask, can I get almost like a bag for the dragon? So he has like side pockets on.
He looks at you and sighs a little bit and says, I guess I can try to come up with something, and writes it down.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
And then she kind of looks at the rest of the group. It's like, well, that should be everything. Like I said, y'all need to bring me those wolf pelts as soon as you can, and anything you make from that show, you come by with after, and we'll work out the numbers once you bring me them pelts.
And Tempest screams, or not screams, just like is waving as she's walking by, and she's like, "I bring you doggo skins."
She again just
And
sighs and does.
Leo looks at Mushu, like worried.
I just pet Mushu.
Mushu,
He's
yeah,
just
kind of
so
starts pacing on your shoulders, kind of going back and forth, not sure what to do. Looking at the small one, realizing it probably can't reach it from where it is.
Okay, Mushu pork.
Which direction? Like, where would you say the wolf howls are heard?
She kind of looks all. She's like, I couldn't say. It's always at night, and no one's stupid enough to leave the walls. We just hear them all around.
They haven't met us.
That's for sure.
Well, thank you for your services.
Thank you.
She nods her head and then kind of goes back to looking at some papers she has on her desk.
I leave the building.
I'm gonna ask her where I could find the old alchemist, possibly.
Well, I can't say where he is right now, but I know he's normally at the tavern at night. You might be able to find him there.
Ooh, before I leave, can I ask where was it, Gunther?
Who are you looking for?
What's that fuck boy's name from the inn?
The drunk guy?
No,
Jaren.
the
Or
not
the hot one?
Jaren.
hot one. Jaren. Oh fuck, Gunther was close, right?
Be concerned that I have that memorized already.
Can I ask her before I leave if she knows who he is, where he is?
You say the words Jaren, and she immediately perks up and says, Jaren, you've met Jaren? Is he here? Is he coming by?
Oh god.
As I said, asked her a question.
And that's how she answered your question.
Oh, he actually might be coming to my show later tonight. You should come.
Your show? Okay, I'll be there. And she
Yeah,
gets
maybe bring
really
some
perked up and
coins.
excited, and you see her like walk off and start to kind of fix her hair.
Oh, I have a question real quick before you leave.
And she turns around and stops. Come on, hurry up. I have to get ready for Jaren.
Ugh.
Do you know anything about missing nobles?
She kind of looks back and she's like, I don't mind my business with them nobles. They always think they're better than us. She walks off. Now I gotta get ready for Jaren. Go, go. I gave you what you
bring
needed.
Extra coin.
Can I be the first to leave?
Yeah.
Cool.
I was already gone.
Wait. You're the first to leave? Hey guys, bye. As you step out of the leather shop, prancing away all happy in your new armor and everything, you immediately start to feel a searing pain in your head, and you start to see flashes of the inside of a cave, but not the one you were in before. A more unsoftened cave that seems very random and just completely weird feeling. But you see what looks like a dagger inside on the floor with a beam of light kind of showing the dagger, like trying to point towards it.
Okay.
And then you feel a searing pain and you hear the words, memory cave, and then you kind of just look around and you're on the floor outside of the leather shop, not sure what happened.
Welcome back.
That's all I can answer.
Rawr,
I was
rawr.
asking you a question.
Yes.
Am I passed out or am
No,
I like
you
with
were
it?
you feel like you probably fell the second the pain started happening, and after about 15 seconds had passed, you
Okay.
realized you were on the floor.
I really sidetrack. Like, you've done a fucking great ass job with this, by the way.
I also have so much more ready that I assumed you guys would get to, but Jesus.
You knew what you signed up for when you had us.
Oh, absolutely. I have everything in like a 20-mile radius of this fucking town ready.
All right, thank you.
All right,
There
so
I
yeah,
go.
as you guys start to head outside, you noticed you're not sure when it happened, but you just see Tempest on the floor, kind of holding her head, and you're not sure what's happening. She kind of screams out for a second, and then she kind of just stops and looks around and goes from there.
You good, little one?
I'm hot. And I have a headache.
Sounds like you need some water.
Well, you still have some cactus juice. You should drink it.
But I don't want to drink it if you guys can't have any more.
I still have the pouch that you got me. I'll
Oh,
share with the
sweet.
rest.
Do you want to go lie down at the inn, Tempest?
Is the sun still up?
Yeah, it's again, you can't see a sun, but it is very bright in the day, so you have to assume that it's not late in the day by any means, and it's pretty far
see
from
light.
any kind of sunset.
Who's closest to me?
It would have been whoever stepped out of the leather worker right after you.
So,
Guessing Leo, because he
the
was supposed to
turtle.
go first.
The toidle.
Can I go to reach for his hand and like hold it?
You certainly can try.
Can I hold your hand?
Leo is 5'11".
Can I hold your hand?
I'll just like pick her up, put her on my shell, and hold my hand out so she can hold it that way.
Thanks.
So what are you guys doing? You guys have now gone to the inn, heard some stories and ramblings, learned a bit about the world so far, went to the smeltery and got some custom orders, started to work on, and some basic weapons and tools you can use, and then went to the leather worker to get the rest.
So do we want to? We can talk to the drunk and try and get answers where the lake is.
Yeah, I think we should, because it's starting to get like sundown. Or I'm
Oh,
sure
it's not
like,
anywhere close to
evening.
sundown. You got plenty of time.
I think you
Okay.
said the lake was to the west.
Yeah,
Well,
just how far west
do
though?
we want to
Yeah.
try to do the wolves, or do we want to try to go to a lake? Because I'm sure by the time we get to the lake, we might encounter wolves. But the wolves are at night.
Yeah,
Right?
there's howling at night.
So fuck. I don't want us to go to the lake and then it get dark and then we have to do wolves, and then you have to be expected to be at the town for a show, and then get in trouble for being late. Should we go investigate the rest of the town? Like maybe we can see.
I almost feel like we should go back to the smeltery, because I think we were a little preoccupied with putting our custom orders in, that I don't recall any of us asking for more information about the missing nobles that he mentioned.
Oh. We can do that unless, well, someone said they wanted to go to the alchemist. I don't want to prevent that too. Do we want to go to the alchemist first?
Have no idea where he is.
She said he hung out at the tavern at night. We can check out the abandoned building and see if there's any components you can pick up, and I, wouldn't mind maybe finding some components too.
I don't think breaking and entering would be a great idea right now.
On top of that, from what you gather, the demons have been very thorough, from your understanding of making sure there's nothing left, magical or otherwise. So the chances you'll find anything inside that shop is slim.
Okay.
Head back to the smeltery and
Yeah,
ask
let's go
what they-
ask the smelter about the note.
I make my way to the smelter.
All right, you
Yeah, I'm
guys
riding on him.
Head on
Yes.
back over. Who's the first in?
Well, I'm riding on Leo, so.
So I guess Leo.
So as you guys step back in, Dasto immediately perks up, sees you guys enter. He's like, "Oh, hey guys, what's up? I'm not done those orders yet. I'll still need a few days, but what can I do for you?"
Well, you
And I
see,
just wave.
And
We-
he kind
we
of
got carried.
smirks and gives a little wave back.
we got carried away with not being naked and defenseless.
Oh, I see that. You guys look much better off. I see those gloves you got on now, and that beautiful loincloth.
Yeah, thanks. Made it myself. We if we want to know more about the missing nobles.
Is everyone else in now?
We'll say that, yeah, unless anyone specifically wants to stay outside, we'll say everyone started to get inside.
Okay.
I just kind of lingered scoping for Jaren, but eventually make my way inside.
Stalking
I
her
call
prey.
him Garen or Gunther.
Gunther.
All right. You guys are inside. He looks at you guys like, "Oh yeah, I heard about that. Mylanth, one of the nobles. He's typically a nice fellow, but he's been freaking out, blaming everybody. He thinks that someone took his daughter. No one knows where she went. Everyone kind of just assumed she got a little too far from the village. I don't know. He has it in his head that just someone here did it."
Where could we find him to talk with him more about this?
Well, the noble district, silly, obviously. You saw it right next to my shop. The stairs leading up to the inner walls.
Do you know who we should talk to there?
Well,
I
I mean,
Mylanth.
there's only three nobles in town. There's the mayor, and then there's Mylanth, and listen here, motherfucker, I got a list. The name of the mayor's Catrain. Catrain
listen
Duststone. She's a great mayor. She's been looking out for this village.
Do you know what house he's at?
Well, yeah, if you work your way into the noble district, you got and you see him kind of in his head trying to remember the locations. You got Mylanth on the left there, and then you got the mayor, bless her soul, in the middle, and you got that shut-in. I haven't seen it in a long time. Uriel. He's also on the right there. His daughter went missing a few years ago.
Can Tempest lean over and whisper in Leo's ear, "I think we should go to the house on the left." And she rubs his head.
I think so too, little one.
As you're doing this, I need Echo, Leo, and Arya to make me a D20 roll.
Oh, woo! for being on someone's back.
That could end badly for you. Who knows?
Well, you know what? First time for everything. Goddamn, Lauren.
Calm down, gee.
Any modifiers to that, or just what it is?
Just a straight up D20. So, Leo, all of a sudden, oh, this worked out great. So you all of a sudden have a searing pain in your head. The symbol on your hand starts to glow, although hard to tell from just looking because of your glove. You do feel the pain, like you know it is burningly hot to the touch, and in your head you hear that crazy old drunk yelling about the cave again, and you see what seems to be a very natural cave chamber with a glowing light or a beam of sunlight going down to the floor, and on the floor you see the scarf that you're all too familiar with, your father's scarf, and tied to it you see the pennant of ever fountain temple. And you seemingly snap out of it, and you are on the floor with Tempest next to you on the ground.
Oh.
All right, so as everyone's kind of in this tavern talking, and Tempest whispers that into Leo's ear, Leo, you see him kind of put his hands up to his head and start freaking out, and he falls over. I need Tempest to make me a acrobatics check.
Oh shit.
God, I have an shit. Hold on. I gotta scroll to my fucking thing. Uh, 18.
Yeah, so you manage, although you still fall, you don't manage to fall underneath Leo, which could have been very painful. You manage to fall next to him while he falls to the ground. After about 15 to 20 seconds, Leo stops his freak out. His hands kind of stop holding his head tightly, and he looks around a little confused, as you've now seen a couple times already. And you see Dasso. Dasso's like, "Oh my God, are you all right there, sir? Are you dehydrated? Is there something I can do to help?"
No, I don't. My head hurts.
Can I, like, take out my, cactus juice that is, clearly really heated from my, crotch area and, like, hold it up to him and be like, "Do you need some juice?"
Yes, thank you. I'll plug my nose before I drink it.
I would also like to point out that you guys now have a backpack. She still chose to keep that in her crotch instead of in the backpack.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Leo takes a bit of a
Instrument
drink.
counts as a focus, like an arcane focus.
Yes. For bards, I would say yes.
So
A
could I
focus is
do-
typically just an item of great importance that you would be able
Did you-
to focus your energy on.
Did you drink the whole pouch of juice?
No.
Does that mean that my short sword would be one too?
Okay,
No,
I'm just
it
gonna
would
give
need
you
to
the pouch
be.
of juice then.
So for
Okay.
for a paladin or a magical user like a warlock that has a pact with a celestial, in your case, it would need to be the symbol of that celestial or your god for a paladin sort of thing. So you would need to have the symbol of Tyr or your celestial on something for it to be considered something usable like that.
His symbol is a sword.
I know, but I can't just a normal sword
Fair
can't
enough.
be used as a weapon and a symbol. Yeah. Bards are just a little different because they're kind of just musicians at heart, so their focus can be them playing their instrument. Okay, so yeah, Leo's on the floor, Tempest next to him. He had a bit of a drink. Dasso very concerned at the sight in front of him, and everyone else kind of just there.
I'll
She,
stand
like,
up.
pats his foot, I guess, or his leg.
Well, he's on the ground prone next to you, so you can pat him anywhere you
Oh.
want. Other than, I
I
guess,
would like
inside
pat
his
his head.
Thank you, little one. Then I'll stand up, which is a chore.
But he had some juice, so he's okay. He had like half a pouch of juice.
Oh, maybe that's not why he fainted.
And then she asks him if everything's okay.
Yeah, well, we can talk about it later.
Well, is there
And
anything else I can
then-
do for you folks?
No, we're just gonna talk to some nobles now.
All right.
Okay,
Thank
bye.
you.
And she like waves like really like neurotically, like with both hands.
All right,
We all probably
you guys
left.
leave.
Yeah.
We do that.
And then, can I start or like walking towards the noble district? You said it was to the left, right?
Yeah. So
Okay.
leaving the building, it's right to your left. You can kind of see a wall inside the city that seems to be kind of protecting the district.
Can I walk up to the well and like lean in and look what is in there?
Well, before you get there, as you guys start working up the stairs. Oop. Hello!
Hello.
As you guys are getting to the stairs, you're kind of in the mix of the group. You feel the symbol on your hand under your glove. Even though you can't see it, you know just from the searing, burning sensation that it is in fact glowing and something seems to be happening. And then you feel a very severe pain in your head, and you see the necklace that you know all too well. The necklace sitting on the floor of a cave with sunlight pouring in from the roof, highlighting its location inside of a cave. And you hear the ramblings and screamings of the old man yelling "Memory Cave." And that's it. You find yourself on the floor.
Okay.
Okay. Yep. So you guys, as you guys make your way towards these stairs, you see Arya now, kind of hold her head, freaking out in pain, and fall to the floor. And after about 20 to 30 seconds, yet again, just like everyone else seemingly so far, she kind of snaps out of it, looks around, and
You said Aria? You cut out in the beginning of that.
yeah, Arya.
Okay.
Welcome back.
I have nothing to say. It's on you guys right now.
Hey, you stopped us from what we were doing.
Oh, I thought someone left again. I heard someone.
No, I stopped
join.
you from what you're doing because something happened. What you continue to do from there is up to you guys.
I was texting your mother back, so I have a good reason.
Ooh.
So Tempest is like not even noticed, like she is still walking towards the noble district.
I just stand back up and
Oh, I
Try to
full
pretend
stop,
nothing
and I'm like, I look at her, I'm like, you okay?
I don't even know.
Do you need a
my head
drink?
hurts. Yeah. I'll take a couple sips.
I take the cactus juice out and hand it to her, let her have some.
I take
Seems-
a very small sip, as if to not. I don't want to like overindulge. Thank you, and I hand it back to her.
You can have more than that.
That's okay. Thank you. So I'm just gonna go out on a limb here, and say that the couple other of you that have fallen on the floor clutching your head experienced something similar to what I probably did.
Yes.
Anybody
very
else
much so.
hear the old man yelling about a cave?
Yeah. And get a nice
And-
vision of something that's important to you.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah.
Tempest
Did you
near?
lose something?
Yeah, you're not so far ahead that you didn't notice the group. You did notice at
Okay.
one point.
Tempest like looks around and she's like jumps up and down. Me, I did. I'm sorry, I lied. I just I have lots of bad flashbacks.
So are we all missing something?
I haven't gotten one yet.
As you
But are
say
you
that,
missing something?
Bartho, you remember that you originally had tried to clutch for something at your neck when you first woke up.
Oh yeah, I did. Don't remember what it was though.
Maybe a necklace?
Some small amulet, I think.
Sword?
I was
Yeah,
missing
yeah, something
my-
like that.
I
So
was missing my
Bartho's
dagger.
missing an amulet.
I'm
And
missing-
Leo, what about you?
Mine was a scarf of my father and a necklace that I had.
Tempest, are you missing something?
I was missing my dagger. It had a big glowing beam on it.
To specify, a dagger, not necessarily yours.
Yeah, a dagger. I meant to say.
I just had to clarify.
All
I
you
know-
know it is
I know
yours.
you haven't had any like episodes or anything, but do you just happen to be missing something?
I can't recall.
Okay.
As you
Well-
say that, though, and she tries to think about it, you feel a searing pain in your head, although not as severe because you were actively trying to figure this out. You see what seems to be etched carving of a drake on a pendant on the floor of a cave with a beam of light pointing down at it. And you feel the searing pain of the symbol on your hand. Not able to see it because you're wearing gloves, but you know just from the pain and the sensation that it is probably in fact glowing right now. And then after about 10 seconds, you snap out of it to find that you're on your knees. Not fully down yet, but clearly not a little disoriented about the whole situation. You guys, as you're having this conversation, and Echo's trying to think about what she could be missing.
Hold on, you're
What?
fucking up again real quick.
That fix it.
Hello?
Hello?
You're very, like, muffled.
You're muffled.
Sound like a pterodactyl.
That's
Now you're
better.
Well, I did scream like a pterodactyl. Here, I can move this. Maybe this will help. I'll just
Echo,
move over.
did you
So
get
yeah,
a
she
vision?
she falls to her knees, hands on her head, and after about 10 to 15 seconds, it passes, and you can see that she's kind of snapped out of it.
I instantly react to touch Mushu, my dragon. Drake pendant. That's what I'm missing.
A pendant?
Yeah. It's a drake, same dragon as him.
Did you hear the old man screaming about a cave?
I didn't
Yes.
hear. Did I? Okay, there you go. Yes, I did.
Well, sounds like he needs to be on our list of people to talk to.
Can Tempest be jumping up and down and say that she wants to go to the Noble District first?
Yeah.
Let's go. Oh no, we were already on the stairs, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you guys were at
pretty
the
much,
entrance to the Noble District.
Yeah.
So can I see if this well has water?
You notice that it has a very small amount of water just from looking down. You can see that there might be some water at the bottom here, but there's no bucket or rope or anything of the sort to pull it out, and you gather that more than likely it's being controlled and monitored so that it doesn't actively empty out like the other one.
Oof.
Well, if that doesn't scream Noble District.
Right.
I was proud of that. Otherwise, you don't really notice anything going on in the Noble District. There's no people. Clearly, being 3 nobles here, you were unlikely to find anyone in this area anyways, but one of the houses on the right, just you don't see any kind of activity or maintenance of their property. You don't see anything going on at the mayor or the noble's house. And as far as you know, they're either not home or not active at the moment.
Can we
I
knock on
wanna-
the door?
I want to police knock on Mylan's door.
Okay, yeah, so you walk up, you guys knock on his door, no answer.
we knock on the, or can I knock on the mayor's door?
Yeah. So you walk up, and do you go up the stairs to a possible second floor, or do you just knock on this front door?
Knock on the front door.
Yeah. So you knock. No answer.
That's suspicious. We didn't really look around the inn either. They could have been in there having a beer in a different room if there was more rooms or not.
Yeah. While we're here, I'd like to go upstairs.
Right, yeah, so you head on upstairs, and you can kind of see it's a balcony, and it does have a small second floor room, but you're not quite sure what the purpose of this room would even be. But it is there.
I knock up
Can I
there.
investigate? Investigate for anything of value?
There doesn't seem to be anything of value outside these homes. Presumably because of the fact that there are beggars in this town, they don't want to leave anything of value within reach.
Who was the third person other than the mayor and Mylanth?
It is a shut-in that lives in the house on the right in the district. He, very much like Mylanth, had lost his daughter years ago, or years prior.
Jesus.
Can I knock on the shut-in's door?
Against hope, you decide to try the third and final noble. Knocking on their door, no answer.
Where these bitches be? Alright guys, nobody's home.
Probably go check the inn, see if they're drinking.
Yeah, well, I think we should go back there and try and talk to the drunk.
Yeah.
What is the sun looking like? Is it starting to get dawn?
Again, you can't see a visible sun. You're not sure where the light's coming from, other than the fact that, for all you know, the sun's just invisible to you.
Okay.
But it still seems like it's very bright. Like, you can but you can tell just from the heat that it's probably still pretty high up. You guys probably got to wherever this is early morning, and now it's, with all the running around, probably, like, if you had to take a guess, noon, 1 o'clock.
Fuck, really? Jesus, okay.
He's that drunk at 1 o'clock? Holy shit.
Well, he was drunk earlier than that. Fuck, I don't know. Do we want to go? Fuck, I don't know. Check out.
Let's go
Well-
ask the drunk where the cave, or where the shit we need to go to is.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Can we go back to the inn?
Yeah, so you guys step inside of the inn, and you see Isabella behind the bar. She kind of waves at you guys. Not really to have a conversation or anything, just kind of acknowledging that you guys have shown up. You see her cleaning some mugs that were used earlier. And you see your good old pal Pravnik passed out on the table, or on the booth table, in the same exact spot you left him in.
Time to be a little aggressive. Let's wake him up.
Is anyone else in the bar?
I am.
You don't see anyone else at the moment, no.
Like-
Make me a perception check.
Okay.
Perception.
+6.
Yeah. So
15.
15. You can tell at the corner of your eye in the bar, over on the right by the stairs, or where you can see the stairs are, that there is someone kind of sitting on the bench right there, just having a little bit of a read with a book.
I stroll up to them.
She kind of sees you
Very
walking
non-threatening
over,
manner.
and she continues to read her book, but you can tell she's acknowledged you're coming towards her.
Can Tempest, while she's doing that, kind of like walk around and like stare at the stairs that are going down?
Going
Right.
up. They are both going up, just from different sides.
Oh, can she stare at the stairs?
Yeah, so yeah, you're just staring at the stairs. Fine workmanship.
Thanks.
Hey.
So first, let's start with what was originally said. So Echo, you're waking up our good old drunk Pravnik.
Yep.
How are you waking him up?
Probably banging on the table he's sleeping on.
He's
that's in
here,
front of
right?
him?
Is he still here?
He's still in that booth. Yep.
Okay.
Just like both fists on the table.
You don't. You get a bit of a grumble, but he's clearly pretty drunk, passed out.
So I take the rest of the juice I have and pour it on his face.
Well, back of his head if he's passed out, face forward on the desk or the booth.
Yeah.
Okay, so you do that, and you hear a bit of a, and you see Isabella watching you do this. She's like, "Oh, come on now, don't be making a mess in my bar, Pravnik, you old fool, wake up!" And you hear him going, and she's like, "I'll give you another round." And you see him jump up, and you kind of see him looking around, a little confused at what's happening, but awake now.
There you go.
Lauren, you were going up to this lady. Are you doing anything? Sorry, not a lady. I'm retconning that. Boy, is there a lot of characters! It is a male. It is a male reading in the corner.
So I put a mark of what stairs I'm staring at.
You're staring at these ones? Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, they go up and then turn and go around and go up more. So you don't see much other than the fact that it kind of goes up and has a railing that can kind of look over towards the other side where
Okay.
over here would be.
I'm gonna go pee while you do Lauren's conversation with her
Alright.
deeper.
Yeah, so what are you doing, Lauren? You walked up to this middle-aged man reading a book.
I would like to say, "Hi, my name's Arya. Who are you?"
He continues to read and kind of puts a finger up with his free hand. And then as he finishes the page, he flips it and then puts something inside and closes it. The name is Saradir. What do you what do you want?
Pleasure
And he
to
doesn't
meet
say
you.
it rudely or anything. You just see that he's kind of in the middle of some quiet time.
Pleasure to meet you. Sorry to disturb your reading. I just wanted to let you know that there will be a show here this evening, and I would love if you could attend.
Ah, yes. Isabella has told me all about the new bard in town, and he kind of looks up and down at you and says, "I will be there. Hope to see if you're any good or not."
Absolutely. So, what do you do here?
He kind of puts his book down, clearly seeing that you're not going to be going away anytime soon. I'm a merchant. I travel here every now and then.
Oh, what kind of merchandise?
Well, sadly, none on me now. I typically bring food and other things that can't naturally be made here for the inn and village. But as it stands, I've given my supply to Isabella.
How kind of you. Do you happen to know where the mayor or Mylanth hang out?
He kind of gives a sigh. He's like, "Well, if I had to wager a guess, I would say that Mylanth is probably off in the slums somewhere, trying to find where his daughter went, or accuse more people of taking his daughter. And the mayor, God knows where she is. She's probably dealing with some issue or another in the town."
Very good. Sorry to disturb your reading.
It's
Hope
quite
to
all
see you
right.
later.
And as you say that, he picks back up his book and continues to read.
I go back over to where the drunk is with the rest of them.
Okay, yeah, and then what's happening with you guys? You guys now have Pravnik awake. He's kind of looking over at you every now and then, waiting for his free beer.
Hey, Pravnik, you were saying something about the cave earlier.
The cave, yes, the cave. The memory cave, where everything you can see.
Yeah, where is it?
North. You follow the road north and you'll be there in no time. And you can see he's a little more sober now, but he's still a little slurry.
Gone. All right, I got one more question for you. You mentioned something about the lake and the well.
Yes, the lake, the crazy pirate in the boat and he kind of emphasizes lake. He's to the west. He's quite far. He's at least a day away.
How memory cave from here?
Oh, I'd say no more than an hour. And as you guys are trying to have this conversation with him, Isabella kind of walks back up, puts the drink down in front of him, and says, "Stop spouting your nonsense, old man. They don't need no random rumors."
Actually, we do.
All right, well, I mean, if he sends you off somewhere that don't exist, don't blame me.
I'll take full responsibility.
Can Tempest go up these stairs?
Mm-hmm. So, you go upstairs. Of course, you're gonna make me do this. You go upstairs, and you end up in the kind of room that holds multiple doors. You don't know what's inside these doors, but you gather with it being an inn, it is probably some rooms for guests to stay.
What the hell?
Look at all the effort I put in, guys. It's great.
Did do a lot of effort. Shit.
My character sheet just disappeared.
Yeah, mine did that earlier. I
What's
don't know
the
where
spell
the fuck
sheet?
it went.
Went underneath the board, I think.
Oh,
I'm not
yeah,
worried about it right now.
Trying to find. So can Tempest look for anything of value?
There seems to be nothing other than a few carpets on the floor and some closed doors that you presume is probably locked, meant for people staying here.
Speaking of which, once people are upstairs are done doing that, I want to talk to Isabella.
Well, right now it's currently only Tempest upstairs, and the rest
I
of
know,
you
that's
are
what
all
I-
downstairs talking to the drunk.
When it's done.
Can I ask Isabella where my room is that she's so graciously letting me borrow?
Well, you know, I'm gonna give you guys 2 rooms. Sadly, there's only 2 beds in each room, but I'm sure you guys will make it work. Or find somewhere else to stay. And she kind of gives Arya a look and winks, and then says, "But they're not ready for you yet. I'm gonna need a few hours to get them ready for you. They'll be ready by the time you're done your show."
What time is it, Isabella?
Well, as I'm sure you gathered, there ain't really much of a sun here to keep track of time, but some people been using shadows and whatnot, and so it's around 2 o'clock if I had to guess a wager.
How are there shadows with no sun?
Like I said, it seems like there's sunlight, and there's definitely like varying degrees of it. There's definitely shadows and shade. But
Okay.
for whatever reason, if you look up in the sky,
We
it's
just don't
just
see it.
it's empty. You don't know where the sun is. You can probably presume there's no moon either, but you don't know yet, obviously.
It's only one way to find out.
Can Tempest go down the stairs and then go across this rug that she sees?
Yeah, so you make your way, and then you see 2 more doors. One slightly ajar, and you can tell it's the kitchen, with someone inside working on some orders or whatever the case, probably preparing for the night. And the other, if you had to wager a guess, is probably where Isabella stays. But again, you wouldn't know without being able to go inside.
Can
or talk.
Tempest go into the kitchen?
Yeah, sure. You wander. God, fucking. Of all people, I did not think it would be Tempest giving me an issue here. So you wander into this kitchen. As you open the door, it makes just enough noise for the cook in the kitchen. Annalabeth, you don't know her name yet, but for the sake of privacy, she turns around, sees you, and says, "What are you doing in here? You can't be in here." Retcon, it's a male. Goddamn, I have a lot of names and a lot of different documents here. It is a male. Retcon that. It is a younger, almost like your size male, but you can tell it's not
Fuck yeah.
because he's a halfling, just because he's young. And you see him working in the kitchen. He turns around. He's like, "Oh, what are you doing? You can't be in here. I'll have to go get my mom."
Tempest goes, Hi, I'm Tempest. My dad was a barkeeper, and I wanted to know if you wanted any help.
No, I'm quite all right. I don't need any help. I'm just getting stuff ready, you know. And if I need any help, mom will probably help me out. And I'm fine. But you can't be in here.
Your mom told me it was okay if I come in. I was just here to help you.
Make a deception check.
Deception? Fuck.
Deception. She technically never actually gave you permission to enter the kitchens.
8 plus 4. 12.
Well, he's young. He's naive. He looks at you and says, "Well, all right, just don't touch anything, okay? Because I don't want to get in trouble."
Okay.
What is everyone else doing while this goes on? We can't have an hour of Tempest exploring places she shouldn't be.
So it's about 2, and the cave is about an hour away. Should we go there today, or should we wait?
What time was your performance at?
It would be
She
when the
didn't
sun's
say it.
gone down, so it's going to probably be around 7 or 8 if you had to wager. When the bar would be considered packed with people that are done with their day, ready to drink.
So in about 5 to 6 more hours.
I feel we should venture out that way.
Yeah, it can't take that long.
Finish last words.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
But I will tell Isabella, like, hey, I think we're gonna head out to the cave. It's about an hour's walk, so I, should be back in time for the performance tonight. I look forward to it.
She looked over at you. She's like, "All right, well, the cave's there, but for God's sake, just be careful, all right? I don't need my new bard getting herself killed and the rest of you being on my conscience. Especially because this old coot," and she points over to Pravnik, who's just chuckling away, talking to himself while drinking his free beer.
And I very much do not want to get killed.
Tempest, are you still in the kitchen doing anything, or are you going back out to the rest?
I am. Can I just say, okay, well, if you need me, I'll be leaving, and then can I go real stealth lock and see if there's any near me that I can like kind of pocket?
You
Pocket
gather
her
that
pants.
although the kid is okay with you in the kitchen, he is not taking his eyes off of you. So
Fuck.
you can, but it's going to be at a disadvantage. And you're pretty sure if you get caught here, he's going to tell who you can presume his mother is, Isabella.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm just gonna walk out and then walk to the rest of the group. Say, hi, I was exploring. Hi.
Yeah, okay. You guys, none of the characters have anything to say about that. They're just doing their own thing.
Hello, Tempest.
Hi.
What did
I
you
think
explore?
we're going to the cave.
I found upstairs and I found the kitchen and I tried to get us more food, but there was a boy staring at me the whole time and it made me really nervous.
Isabella hears this and she's, "Oh yeah, food. I can give you guys a few rations if you're heading out. Just make sure you're back in time for the show."
And Tempest runs up to her, like holding her hands out.
Well, she walks off towards the kitchen, prepares 5 rations.
Fuck
Make
yeah.
that 6 rations, and brings it back out to the group, kind of in folded up, like package style form. It says, "Here, one for each of you, and one for that cute looking dog."
Fuck
Mhm.
you. And I put that in my pouch. Or
Put
my
it in my
backpack.
back.
Yeah, everyone can add one ration.
Alrighty. I guess we should head out.
Let's go spelunking.
And I followed the group.
Okay, so you all head outside, and I presume you're just gonna leave the village.
To
Yeah.
the north. Do I see Jarin anywhere?
No, he's nowhere in sight.
This man vanished.
Well, he presumably went home or went somewhere to eat his meal that he had purchased with his second meal for whoever. Or maybe himself. Who knows? All right, so is everyone leaving town?
Yeah.
Yes, we
I
do
go
that.
to the north.
Okay, so yeah,
Where
everyone.
did our characters go? Character.
Yeah, I don't know.
They
oh, you're
They've
disappeared
been
a
gone
while
for a
ago.
hot
No, all the
minute.
characters are right here.
We don't see them at all.
Yeah.
You guys don't see these?
Nope.
Nope.
Oh, now I do, but
Oh,
they
we did
disappeared.
briefly, but then they disappeared again.
Oh, you have a fog of war thing on. That's why.
Oh yeah.
So it
Oh,
hides
I
all
do.
the
Yeah,
tokens for us.
yeah.
Hey, I
That's not
found
my
your character sheet.
That's where my spell sheet went.
Yeah, that's my bad. I was messing around with Fog of War trying to see if that would hide stuff for you guys. But it's fine. Yeah, so you guys leave the town and then head left, which not map-based left, but leaving the town you would head left, which is technically right on this map. Which starts taking you towards the north. And let me see here. You guys talk about anything on your walk?
Wait,
or you
this
guys...
way?
It would be leaving the town, it would be left, but because looking at this map, it's to the right because it goes up.
Okay.
Yeah, we chat.
Yeah, so yeah, you guys, well, I mean, don't say we chat, just, talk. What would your characters be chatting about?
I want to tap Tempest on the head and then ask her what her father was like, but in halfling.
Oh, do you speak halfling?
I speak halfling.
Oh, girl. Do we go to a private chat or you just talk?
No, yeah, you guys just talk. Just no one else is hearing this, so.
Oh, okay. Shit. Okay, I wasn't expecting this.
Yeah,
Well,
welcome
I don't
to
know
a
if I can use my
DM's
voice
life.
anymore. I'm a little intoxicated, but my dad was an innkeeper, and I grew up by him. He wasn't my biological father. I was actually left on a doorstep at the end, but he cared for me in a town of villages, and he was just wonderful. Like, he was everything you could dream of, like a perfect father, and he cared for me, and I was the only one, and I got to help out at the bar all the time and the inn, and I remember getting so many sweets when I was younger. Oh my god, I miss sweets, and I used to play a game of bone dice all the time that I miss.
What's bone dice?
It's where you roll a bunch of bones and you see what your fortune tells, and when you play it, you see if you get a bunch of negatives or pluses, and if you win, you get sweet.
Okay. I've never heard of that game.
It's a very old game. I think a lot of older humans play it, but I don't know. It's a strange game, I guess. They use chicken bones often.
Alright, well, luckily you guys don't encounter anything on this walk. Is anyone else having a conversation?
Were you putting on blindfolds? Fuck.
No, I was just messing with it.
Oh, okay.
While these two are talking in halfling, does anyone else have any conversations they're having with them?
I say, hey, Pops, tell me about your life before the cave.
Don't remember any of it, honestly.
Okay, good talk. Good talk.
Is that a medical condition, or are you just a little
Do
hazy?
you have
Nope.
Alzheimer's?
Nope,
Do you have
it's
dementia?
legitimately for my character. Don't remember shit.
Always, or just in the past? Like,
Well,
can you make new memories?
Up until about 10 years ago. That's whenever I don't remember anything.
As you
something
guys are
happen?
walking down the road having this conversation, all of your hands, you can feel a burning sensation, and you can tell they're glowing, although, as we've now concluded, everyone has gloves on of some sort, so they can't
Are we just
actually see
carrying
it.
our lit torches from the cave still?
I'm presuming they were put out at some point and are being kept strapped to their backpack or whatever the case.
Okay, so now we
Um,
just have a wood stick.
So I have 2 unlit torches.
But you start to get a searing pain, and everyone's head kind of flashes an image that shows, in whatever manner they need to be told, that they now need to go off the beaten path and go left.
Tempest holds her hand to her head and was like, did anyone else just experience that?
Left again.
I
Anything else
guess
just being drawn over in that direction.
I thought left was bad.
I thought left was bad, but I feel like we need to go that way.
Tempest goes, maybe left is good.
I veer left.
I follow.
Well, you guys continue on for now without any kind of sense of where you are, considering you're now just kind of walking through sand, no road or symbols or landmarks. But soon you find a kind of divot, the slope that goes down that leads to what seems to be the entrance to some sort of what could be a cave. You're not sure yet. Surrounded by just nothingness. Like, if you didn't know to look for this here, you probably would not have found it. At least without the aid of rumors and whatever this symbol on your hand is doing.
I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Okay.
Well, you guys now see the cave. What do you, or what you presume is probably the cave. What do you guys do?
Sorry. Can I check around the entrance of the cave?
Yeah, so you guys get up to the entrance of this cave, kind of just in the side of a sand mound. And you look around the entrance, it just looks like a normal entrance formed naturally. It's not like it was carved out or anything. It just
Is there any barricades or anything, or any rocks that we can tell that were preventing us from going in?
No, it just seems to be ajar. I mean, there's a bit of sand kind of blocking it, but that's probably just from the sand around being pushed by the wind to...
Do I hear anything from this cave?
No, you don't hear anything.
Great.
But there's an opening, or it's blocked by
Yeah,
sand?
there's a naturally formed opening. It's small, but you could probably squeeze your way in. It's definitely not large enough for like the whole group to walk inside at once, but one at a time.
Ooh, an
people should be able to
adventure!
get in.
I squeeze my way in.
I
Yeah.
follow.
No fucking way. All right, go. No, you'll see why after, but I'm amazed at my predictions. What is it? Echo, Leo,
guess I'm gonna follow.
and Bartho. Bartho's going in.
Same, I'll
wait.
follow.
We need to light the torches.
Yeah, how do we light it? Rub it on a rock?
Yeah.
I cast Dancing Lights cantrip.
You cast it once you get inside the cave?
Yeah.
Nothing happens.
No, like, what do I see? I'm assuming it's dark in the cave.
It just seems to be. It's not completely black. Like, it's not pitch dark, but you can tell after your eyes adjusting for a little bit that it seems to be a corridor, no larger than 3 to 4 feet wide, that leads towards a chamber where you can see some light.
I head towards the light.
Okay, so we have Arya in the front, kind of squeezing her way through this corridor here, getting towards the chamber. Tempest behind. Bartho, are you next?
Yeah.
Okay, and then Echo. So everyone's
can't
entered
go
the...
anywhere.
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm dealing with
But
that.
sorry.
You're good. All of you have entered the cave one by one, squeezing your way through. You barely fit, but you're at the back of the group, Leo. As everyone gets to this center chamber, you do, in fact, as some of you had saw in your painful, searing head pains, a glowing light that's seemingly out of nowhere because there is no hole in the ceiling, but there is a beam of light going down, pointing at something in the center of the chamber. But before any of you can actually get a good look at it, all of your hands start to burn more intensely than they ever have before. And while looking down at it, trying to figure out what's going on, you guys look around and you're alone. The rest of the group's gone. The exit to the cave is nowhere to be found. You're just now in a circular room of natural formed earth cave. And a light shining down into the middle of it.
I go stand under the light.
It's funny you say that because you were the first to enter the cave and the first I had wrote this situation for. This is gonna be a little different for everyone. You won't really have to do any rolls or anything, but boy, when I asked everyone about their story, this is where it comes in. I'm gonna
Oh, I'm excited.
lower Hydra myself. All right, so starting with Arya. As you walk up to this beam of light, you notice something on the floor in the center that the light is trying to point out. And as you walk closer, you notice it's just like you saw in your head. It's a necklace, but not just any. It is the necklace. The one you know will let you get back inside that tent that you used to call home so long ago. You proceed to try to pick it up, and then excitedly start to head towards where the exit once was. But as you leave, you feel like you should be leaving out of this cave through whatever hole you now see in front of you. But as you do, it's extremely, excruciatingly bright. And as you walk through, you notice that as your eyes adjust, you find yourself through the flaps of the entrance to the tent you once called home. And not just a random carnival, not just a memory of a carnival, but this is the carnival. The place that you've been wanting to get back to. And you're not sure how any of it's possible, or if you're just hallucinating. But you feel off. You feel like this isn't you thinking you're here. This isn't you actually here. But you feel like you're being shown what has already happened, almost. And you find yourself walking through these people, trying to stay undetected from the bearded lady you so fear with her magical abilities. You make your way to a seat that you know is fairly hidden from the stage, and you proceed to sit there and you watch the show. And one by one, you watch the people you once called friends get on stage, perform bouts of illusion magic, and sing songs. And after they all finish their acts, you watch as you're so afraid to do the finale, where you watch a very familiar love of your life, Silas, and Josephine walk out onto the stage. And as her act progresses, you notice that for whatever reason, but presumably out of the pure desire to be the center of attention and not share it, she sends Silas off the stage towards the back. And you feel that this might be your best moment, if there ever was one, to find Silas and get him away from her. So you head to the back and you sneak into the backstage area where all the performers get ready, or now that they're done their show, kind of de-stress. And after searching for a little bit of time, you manage to find Silas, and you pull him to the side away from prying eyes, and a very confused man gets a look at you, and you look at him and you say, "Look, I'm sure that she wiped every memory of me, that you don't even know who I am, and that you're probably under her control right now, but I need you to trust me. I need you to follow me and get as far from here as we can." And he looks at you for a few seconds. He's confused, and then for a very brief second, almost as if you've gotten through to him for once, he quietly whispers your name. You just hear him say, "Arya?" And in that moment, you grab his hand and you start to pull him away. You pull him out of the tent and you get as far away as you can. About 100 feet away from the tent by this point, he pulls his arm free finally, clearly coming back to the point where he's no longer in shock. He looks at you and he says your name again. This time, like, he's remembering more and more. And he's like, "Arya," and is shocked at all the memories that must be flooding back and the realization of what's happened. And he immediately starts to apologize profusely. He can't stop. He's saying, sorry, Arya, I'm so sorry." And when you go in to hug him, telling him it wasn't his fault and that it was all that crazy cunt of a bearded lady and that there's nothing he could have done, he just continues to apologize and apologize. But then you feel a weird sensation in your stomach. And then again in the side. And a third time in the chest. And looking down, you realize this weird sensation you're feeling is a dagger repeatedly being inserted into your body by Silas. You release from the embrace and look back at him to see the bloody dagger in his hand, and he continues to tear up and apologize, now realizing he's not apologizing for what happened, but for what he's doing. And he once again forces a dagger into your stomach, falling to the ground while he continues to push you. He continues to stab you on his knees repeatedly over and over, crying profusely, apologizing as he does so, clearly not wanting to, but having to do this. And as you feel the life inside of you fade, you can see someone very familiar walking up behind him, putting a hand on his shoulder and watching with a smile. And that's it. You freak out for a second and you jump up and realize that you're still in the cave, but now in your hands you have, albeit a little bloody, a necklace that you know is the necklace.
Am I am I injured?
You're completely okay.
Oh. Can I leave now?
Yeah, we'll get to that. You start to try to make your way out of the cave. Tempest, you're next.
Ah, fuck.
You look around just like everyone else, but you see no one, and the entrance or the exit to the cave is gone. But you still see this thin beam of light that seems to be highlighting what you already know to be a dagger. And as you get close to it, you realize it's not just any dagger, but it's the dagger. The dagger that Scorpion used, the dagger that you used to kill his family and frame him.
Great.
You pick it up, and when you do, you hear the voice of a small child. And you turn around to see a child with a smile carved into his face. And he's just looking at you, and clearly no longer alive, but somehow standing in front of you. You realize that this is the child of Scorpion that you have brutally killed. And you hear him ask, "Why did you do this to us?" Almost at the verge of crying. And then you hear another child to your left, and another to your right. And as you look around to these, you feel a heavy hit on the back of your head, knocking you unconscious. After a few seconds, you open your eyes again to realize that you are in a house. Or at least what a house would look like if you were inside of it. You're not really sure. You're still a little disoriented, and yet the house seems familiar. All of it seems familiar. Not like it's happening, but that it already happened. And you realize that you're tied to a chair. You can't move. You can't even try to move. It's almost as if you were paralyzed, even if you weren't tied. And that's when you see it. Man in a hood, to cover his face, holding the dagger in his hand. The same dagger that you used to kill a family in Pin Scorpion, and the same dagger that Scorpion used to kill hundreds others. Possibly hundreds more. You don't know the number, but you can only assume. The figure walks towards you, and as you get close, you see it. A large, scarred smile on their face. And you can tell that this man is talking to you, and you can tell that he's yelling, clearly upset at whatever you seemingly have done to him. And he's waving the dagger around, and that's when it hits you. You know who this man is, and you know what that knife is, and you know how this ends. The man finally seems like he's done talking, and he proceeds to very, very lightly stab the blade into your abdomen, just enough to collect a bit of blood. Then he pulls the blade out, and with one finger, collects it from the blade and uses it to draw a line on your face. A smile on your face. Then he puts the blade up to your lips, and he slowly starts to follow the line of blood he's made. And when he finishes, he stands back up, admires his work, then he plunges the knife into your heart, leaving it there, and walks off laughing. And you close your eyes, shakingly awaken, and realize that you're now on the floor holding that dagger, the very same, still in your hand, with dried blood on it. Presumably yours. Leo!
Fuck.
Hi.
You see in the center of this cave the scarf that you've been very much so missing, and along with it the pennant of the Ever Fountain Temple tied to it. You go to pick it up, bewildered that it could even be here in this random cave, and you notice that there's blood on the scarf, and that definitely wasn't there last you had remembered wearing it. As you're looking at the scarf, you're startled by a human female's hand that reaches out, and as you try to pull it away, thinking they're stealing the scarf from you, you look up to see this female, and you realize that now you're also reaching out to her. And there's sounds of fighting and screaming and fire and just warfare all around you. And you realize that you're in a village, that this is a battlefield. And you don't know if it's happening right now or if it's already happened, but you know right now that you need to get this girl away from here. You reach out and you grab her, telling her you know a safe place. And you were there to help as many people as you could before this war killed so many innocents that you couldn't bear to have. So you take her to a hidden cave nearby where you've been bringing all the other people you could possibly save. And one by one, leading them in, hiding the cave entrance, using your divine magic. You go back into the town, hoping to find more survivors before this fight seemingly claims their lives. And as you go back into the village, some forces see you. And you try to get away, you try to hide from them, but they overwhelm you very quickly. You realize this fight has ended almost as fast as it started. And now it's only one side left, and they are seeking anyone left that remains in this town. They finally seize you after overwhelming you in a building very quick, and in chains you're brought in front of a large figure in full metal armor. But it doesn't seem like it's normal metal. It almost seems like it's in the design of what could only be described as a samurai's suit. And his mask, fully closed metal face mask, you can tell that the man in front of you is clearly the leader of these people. He looks at you and demands for you to tell him where you brought those survivors. He knows that there should be more people here and that he's looking for someone specifically, and they weren't in this wreckage. He tells you that if you let him know where they are, he will let you go. But you refuse. You don't do it. You shake your head and you refuse to say a word. So he has his men drag you to a nearby stump from a dead tree and put your head against it. And they hold you down, and he looks at you, giving you one last chance to give him their location. But you don't give in. Close your eyes, you smile, and you wait, knowing that you saved as many as you could in whatever kind of war this was. And then you feel a strange sensation, and as you open your eyes, you see the scarf still in your hands, with the blood of what you presume the injury you had taken. Echo!
Ew.
You see that there is a necklace on the floor, highlighted by the beam of sunlight, and a pendant attached to it with the symbol of a drake. As you hold it in your hands, admiring it, you feel a gust of wind. And then you look around and notice that you're no longer in the cave. You're in a courtyard of a very large fortress that seems to be at the top of a mountain. And the amulet you're holding was just given to you by someone extremely old, wearing the same necklace and ritualistic robes in front of you. You see that she has the same necklace on, and as you look around, you notice that you're in the middle of a circle of what you can only describe as members of some kind of group, with the same robes and the same pendants on. As you look around, you hear screeching, and you look up to see drakes flying around, dancing, circling around this fortress, having a nice, enjoyable time being free. And you look around again to see that behind all these people there are more drakes. Probably, if you had to guess, a drake for every member of this faction you have found. And you realize that you have found the place that the Drake Wardens call home, the place where they train and help each other learn how to unlock more with this connection they have bonded with the drakes they have found. As you're doing that, you look around and you get a feeling of happiness. And then the person that had first given you the necklace takes it from your hand and places it around your neck. And then as she does this, you hear a loud roar in the sky. This one doesn't seem like happy or a normal roar. It seems almost like a cry. And you look up, and that's when you see it. The drake is falling out of the sky, not moving, not flapping. You're not sure if it's dead, but you do see arrows, and that's when you realize that it has been paralyzed completely and more than likely will not survive the fall. And that's when you hear a loud explosion at the main gate. You turn around to see men pouring in by the hundreds, shooting arrows at everyone, first hitting the drakes, knowing they're probably the bigger threat, and then the drake wardens that are all in the ceremony, clearly unprepared, wearing robes, not having any weapons. And that's when an arrow hits you in all this commotion. It's only been a matter of seconds, but you get hit in the shoulder by an arrow. Not fatal enough to kill you, but enough for the paralyzing coating to do its job. And as quickly as this started, not more than 20 seconds had passed and it was already over. There were some dead from the arrow hit. Unlucky like you, it was either hitting their heart or their head. But most, paralyzed on the ground, were being finished off by the men that had stormed this place so quickly. And that's when you see them. As this all goes on, you can't help but look, because you can't help but do anything. A man in a metal suit slowly enter the courtyard, wearing a full, weird but different metal suit with a closed face mask. And he's clearly the leader here. He slowly walked through the courtyard, looking at each one and nodding his head for his men to kill them. And then reaching the elder who had given you this pennant, he, unlike the rest, bends down close to her. And you can hear that you can't quite make out what they're saying, but he's saying something to her. And then he pulls out a long katana and slices her head clean. Then he turns to you, seeing you were the one being brought into this group, and chuckles. And then you hear him say that no one should have a power to control a beast like this, and I can't have you in my way. Then plunges the blade into your heart, which jolts you awake, and you find yourself in the cave holding this pennant in your hands. Last but not least, Bartho.
Yay!
You see a beam of light highlighting a necklace that you know all too well. One of the only things that you remember having for as long as you can remember. The pennant of Tyr on the floor. As you bend down to try and pick it up, you feel someone else in the cave with you. You freeze. You don't do anything. You wait to see what they do first. And then you feel it. A large warmth and a blinding light in the corner of your eye, and you see the presence of a celestial. The celestial that you made a deal with. They are in front of you. It's humanoid in nature, and from what you have gathered in the few encounters you've had with this being, it shows itself as a female. But other than that, you can't really make out any specific details. You feel that with the blinding light coming off of this entity, it's just too hard to really focus on anything specific. Seeing this celestial that you have made a pact with, you bend down on one knee, forgetting about the necklace completely, and put your head down as a sign of respect. Then you hear the being talk, and in a very calm and almost noble manner, you hear the entity talk to you. I'm glad you were capable of completing your task, Bartholomew. You have done quite well and surprised even me in what you've accomplished. Do you say anything?
No.
Right. Oh, no wonder you're quiet. You've forgotten. Crossing planes of existence can be tricky, especially for one that's already lost their soul. Allow me to give those memories back to you, and you can feel her touch on the side of your head right where the temple sits, and you are shown a series of images. First, arriving in what seems to be a layer of hell. What you know possibly could be the 9th layer of hell. Navigating your way through the plain, you find a labor camp. Then there's a flash, and you see that you're assaulting this camp, killing demon after demon in front of you. And you see another flash, and you see that you're breaking the chains. A turtle, a wood elf, a halfling, and a gensei. Then another flash, and you see that the remaining prisoners are begging to be freed. Another flash, and you have this group that you freed making your way towards the mountains. Another flash, and the freed prisoners that you have with you are pulling rubble from the entrance of what can now be understood as a collapsed cave. Another flash, you're activating what seems to be a portal with words you don't understand, but seemingly know nonetheless. Another flash, and you're ordering the free prisoners one by one to jump into the active portal. First, the halfling. Then, the elf and the gensei. Then the turtle, and you jump in last. And then a final flash, and you see what seems to be the chamber that you woke up in. And then the celestial pulls away from you. You did quite well, Bartholomew, but your task is not yet done. You have more to do. Then she gets very close and whispers in your ear, "You're to take these people and fight back. There are demons everywhere, portals everywhere, and I'm sure you can find more to join your cause. Start a war, Bartho. Take this land back from the demons and free the slaves of this land. Look for the lost oasis. I'm sure that they can prove quite valuable in this mission. Once the time comes, the 8th layer of hell is where all your souls are being kept. Find someone who knows the realm. Tell them your escaped souls, and they will be capable of telling you where your souls reside. You'll need them to return back to Earth. But only, and only when your task is done, Bartho. Now go."
We came out of the cave.
And
What
with
kind of
that,
hell is this?
And with that, she straightens herself and walks towards the beam of light. Then, looking back at you, "Do not disappoint me, Bartho." And she vanishes. After a few moments sitting in silence, you realize the pennant is still on the ground. You pick it up and you see a flash, but nothing is quite clear or vivid, almost like the memories are suppressed or locked away. But you can make a female handing you this amulet. She looks a lot like the celestial that you had just talked to, yet she was human? You're not sure, but the more you think about it, the more your head hurts. You see her embrace you and put the amulet or the pennant around your neck, but the image fades after that, and you're left alone in this cave, questioning and not quite sure what you had just witnessed. And one by one, in that order, you all had made your way out of the cave, waiting for any other allies that seemingly may have survived whatever this was. And as the last person, Bartho, leaves the cave, you guys are left in front of this cave with your artifacts that I do have some documents for, and that is where you are.
To be clear, we didn't hear or see each other's visions, right?
No, you were all experiencing your own thing. I just figured it'd have more of an impact if everyone got to hear everyone's story.
Yeah, for sure.
That's so fucked. So is everyone outside this cave now?
Yeah, so one by one, all of you have made it outside of this cave.
How much time has passed, do we think?
You're not quite sure, but it seems like you couldn't have been in there for very long. It almost seems like none of the shadows have even moved. If you don't think it could be possible, but you think that you've only been in there for a few seconds.
Can Tempest hold her head and say, fuck. I would say that's a mind fuck, but I don't think Tempest would say that. Fuck. What would?
I've been sitting on that shit for like a week and a half.
I can imagine. Dude, what the fuck? God, you just threw me through a loop. Can Tempest hold her head and say, "Oh my gosh, that was so intense. Did anyone else? Is everyone else okay?"
As okay as okay as I'll ever be.